I was gonna find you guys a server before, I actually started the stream. Problem is, I've gone through 59 pages now and there's not a single Europe server here. So you're gonna have to be patient with me because I'm trying my best, okay? For some reason we haven't got a bloody single Europe server up today. Obviously bear with me. My face is still swollen like crazy. I look like I've eaten a golf ball. I feel like I've eaten a golf ball. And I'm fighting some demons. But I'm okay. I've got caffeine and painkillers. I'll be okay eventually. Life is crazy, isn't it? I saw a Germany server and then it disappeared, and I still can't find a single server. Somebody's got to be pulling my leg at this point. There's no way that sort of not a single server is here. It's insane. Imagine having a dentist today. I wasn't there today. I was there yesterday and I was there Wednesday. It was a 2-day procedure thing. But, like, it was insane. It was insane. I found one. I got one. I got Netherlands. We'll cope with Netherlands. Netherlands will do fine. Netherlands will serve us well. So, yeah, I went to go to the dentist because, as you'll probably remember, in December, I was having problems with a tooth that I originally had a filling in. And so I had those problems. I had like 700 courses of antibiotics, and eventually it settled down. And I finally went to get the permanent fix sorted on Wednesday. And then they did half of it on Wednesday, and then they did half of it on Thursday. Because it was a really sort of like, it was a 2-hour long thing. But when I tell you, it was certainly something. Because I sat there and I'm being poked and prodded like crazy. They had this sort of weird machine in my face where they were like sort of getting like beeping as they sort of like moved it around the tooth. I think they were checking for sort of like blood flow and stuff to sort of like really get like into the roots. But can you imagine sort of just having this machine beeping at your face? It was insane. But yeah, I am fine. It's actually a lot better now. As I sort of said yesterday, in yesterday's stream, originally you could sort of tell it was a bad pain. It was just one of those pains that felt bad. Whereas now it's one of those pains where it's like, hey, I've been poked, leave me alone. So I'm having trouble with my model as well. You'll notice that throughout the stream today. But now it's just one of those sort of, hey, you poked me, I don't like that. So realistically, I would say that that means we are healing. It's a lot better, to be fair. I'm no longer sort of contemplating my life choices every time I, like, bite into something. Winning. We're winning. So originally they put a temporary filling in it on the Wednesday. And so, I don't know if any of you have ever had temporary fillings done. But, so I had a temporary filling done and it was pink. And I'm, like, I come home from the dentist with half a numb mouth and I'm looking in the mirror and I'm like, holy shit, my tooth's pink. I'm not your fan, but thank you so much for taking videos, help me as a new player. You're all good. I'm glad that they helped. I sort of really, they're like the only videos that I sort of had that really did well. And I'm glad, because I always sort of like help people get into games and stuff. Same reason I'm currently working on a guide for Trepidation, and then I'm working on a couple other bits and bobs actually. You're doing a Kahoot? I have no idea what people in the chat are doing. They were trying to do this yesterday as well while I was playing Fortnite. I'm not associated with any of that. If you guys want to do something crazy, go crazy. There's the Discord server you can do that in as well. We have like screen share VCs and shit you can sort of use. But yeah, Treppy. I'm doing a Treppy video at the moment. I'm basically nearly done with it. I just need to source a couple more bits and pieces of information and then we can sort of... I can record it. Obviously with having all this dentistry stuff done. I've been waiting to get, like, my mouth to stop hurting me before I can, you know, finish up with recording the script. But yeah, that will eventually come out soon, hopefully. Once the recording and voiceover's done, the time taken for the rest of it's just cut in half. Anyway, what else have we got in the chat? Pixel on your avatar disappeared for 0.037 seconds, so I'm unsubbing. You guys are just mad that I have trouble sometimes with random stuff. It's hard because I've got 2 massive monitors and I've got a small bedroom. A lot of people don't like, a lot of people think I have this sort of like mansion of a house. No, I live in a, what, I would say this room is maybe like 12 meters by about 6 meters? Not even that, like, I'd probably say it's about 3 meters by like 12 foot. Like 12 foot by about like 6 foot, if that. I forgot to change characters, I don't know why I'm playing Elliot today. Sorry, I was taking a thumbnail earlier, and I was like, oh, do I want to do Nolly, or do I want to do, like, a survivor? So I just let it, like, gamble. They added your self-skins for more survivors, but they're hella expensive. I gotta dial up some rich person. I gotta dial up some rich twin and be like, hey, can I have funds, twin? Do you think I can bribe the devs to give me funding for the self-skins? Haven't they been renamed to cosplay? Sorry, I don't know, too much about, like, updates. Obviously, I've been straying a little bit away from this. But, yeah, I heard that they were changed to cosplay. I could be wrong. But yeah, obviously I haven't been keeping up too much, but if there's like an update log or something I need to read, somebody send it my way and I'll have a look. Go twin! Yes, get it, yes! Look at me clutching up for once. Logan bans you every stream. You've never been banned yet. You're just you're just a yapper, twin. It's okay. Me too. My face really hurts. You don't sort of realize, I don't know if you guys have ever sort of experienced the thing where you injure yourself and it's not so bad the first day, but the second day, by God, it's worse. And I'm certainly experiencing that right now. So, it was the lower left side of my jaw. You know sort of where your jaw goes in, there's like a little bump where your jaw sort of like connects the bottom to the top. I have a massive like golf ball like there right now, so that's great. It was one of my sort of like back teeth. The original story, for those that weren't around like a month ago, is I had a filling last year with, my dentist was on maternity leave. My dentist was on maternity, so I had a temporary dentist who did a filling, and about a month after that filling was done, the back of my tooth fell off. You know, if you took like a knife and cut your tooth directly in half, my like back half fell off. And so I had to go and get that fixed. And then a while later, I sort of woke up one day with a toothache. I neglected to sort of do anything about it for a couple days, and I eventually ended up in excruciating pain with an abscess over the weekend, of all times. So I had to go to an emergency dental practice through the UK's 111 service, which is basically your first line in the UK for like urgent medical treatment but not emergency treatment. It's like that, you know, that middle ground between, hey, I can just go see my doctor, and oh, I need an ambulance. That middle ground, you go to a place called 111, and they booked me in for emergency dental. So I got antibiotics, had those, went back to my dentist for an assessment, my dentist, because they wouldn't take the x-rays from this other person. So they were like, okay, cool, more antibiotics, had like enough amoxicillin to become 30% mold, and eventually got booked in for something called a root canal, which is basically where they take your entire tooth out and they put big rods in it instead. So I had that done. It's about a 2-hour procedure where they sort of like inject your face, make you numb, and then sort of fill it up with all sorts of bits and pieces. So it was a very interesting experience. They have like a machine that's sort of, I don't know how to describe it other than it's, as they sort of navigate around this tooth, they're sort of looking for different bits and pieces to find. So obviously they're in the sort of like spikes at the bottom of your teeth. And I believe they were looking for 4 different points on this machine. I think it was something to do with blood flow. I don't know too much about like the specifics of that, but it was to do with those kind of things. They were looking for 4 points, and they were sort of like digging through to then put like rods in to sort of fill it all up. They put a bunch of like sticks and pokey things and everything in it. And it was a whole thing. But um eventually they filled it all back up, so now it's just 100% like, I don't even know what's in it. But they've sort of filled it up, and I've said that once it settles down, they're gonna sort of they're gonna sort of like drill it down a little bit and put like a false tooth on top to prevent it sort of like being exposed to any further damage. That way, you know, nobody else can mess it up. Hopefully. So, as long as they leave that alone, after putting a new thing on it, it should be okay. But the downside is they were right in my jawbone. So, at the moment, I have a big lump where they've basically been. Because obviously they do a mixture of injections, which makes like your tongue and everything numb. And the dentist turns around and he's like, just, you know, sort of like use your tongue to poke at that tooth. Does it feel okay? I can't feel my tongue. How am I supposed to know? I had like 700 x-rays on my teeth as well, which was fun. I didn't take any photos this time. I know last time when I went to emergency dental I took photos for you. But I don't have photos of that this time. But the x-rays they did, my mum was there. I'm sure she'll back me up if you guys are wanting to fact check me. But there's an x-ray on their system now where I have big pins in each tooth, like in each root of the tooth. You know how you've got 2 spikes? There's big pins in it now. You can see them on the x-ray. They had to do like x-rays to check the position and check all this and that, and the whole mess. Your mum's also an op, called me Stinky. Yeah, you tried to pick a fight with my mum and she called you Stinky, bro. She got you good. Anyway, do you get good ping in South American servers? I tend to stick to Europe. South America, I'd get about 100 to 120 ping. I'm better off in Europe because that's sort of where I benefit. If you're like in South America, you'll probably get about 120 here. Please obviously keep in mind that, so the way that ping works in Roblox, people don't sort of understand this, but your ping is not just your internet connection. Your ping is a mixture of your device's performance, your distance from your router, and your internet connection, so it is a mixture of the 3. So if you're playing on a crappy Amazon tablet from the 2010s, you're gonna have shocking ping anyway. Because your device isn't built for performance. It's aged, it's old, it's probably not been serviced, you know? So do keep that in mind. But yeah. Need to go to sleep. No worries, thanks for showing up anyway. Enjoy your nap. I realize that like streams are hard to work with because obviously I don't wake up until about 4 o'clock properly. I mean, I'm up at 12, but by the time I get my meds in my system and I eat and stuff like that, then, you know, it's usually about 4 o'clock before I'm feeling functional. I'm gonna text your mom and tell her to join stream. I'm pretty sure she's out right now, considering that my little brother is downstairs. So I think she's at some meeting or something. I don't know. My nan's got my brother downstairs. Usually he comes and crashes stream sometimes, but my nan's trying to keep him away. Because he is a yapper, bro. If you think I'm a yapper, you should see my brother. 9-year-old menace, I swear. Learn something. I mean, I always give out random tidbits of info. If there's something you want to know about, I probably know it. I'm old, as everyone keeps saying, at least. People keep calling me Unk. I'm not even that old. I'm literally 20. I'm not even old, dude. Right, where are we going? What else are we saying? What's your my mum? I will rename. Shall I nickname her to just like? I can change her nickname. I should probably change it because I realize that she's not got a nickname. Let me go and set that so you guys can find her easier. I know everyone always wants in. There we go. If you search, oh my god, what are you guys doing? Alright, okay, let me go here. We're looking to do this real quick. This, and this. There you go. I did change the nickname. You should just be able to sort of do it like that now. Forsaken ain't that fun anymore. That's something I sort of said a while ago. That's why I sort of shuffled away from the game and do a lot more of the other streams. The problem is, a lot of the people that sort of are in the Forsaken don't really want to know about the other content forms, which, obviously you can imagine how much of a difficulty that creates when sort of I'm someone that does variety horror and stuff like that. So yeah, it's certainly been an interesting experience, obviously, but you know, it is what it is. I just sort of keep the minimum up at the moment to sort of make sure that people don't pull the pitchforks out. What was I gonna do? I was supposed to be doing something at the moment and I've completely forgotten. Average stream, to be fair. Hi, welcome in. Who do you think you are? But yeah, obviously what was I gonna say? Right, yeah, so basically the way that the new stream schedule has been working recently has been amazing. I'm not gonna lie, I've been really enjoying it. You'll notice that the schedule was altered for the beginning of the new year, and it's been a blast so far, I've gotta say. Out of all the sort of things I was expecting, the things that I was expecting to be really quiet have actually been doing a lot more, a lot better than what I presumed. Garden Warfare is a great example. Garden Warfare is something that sort of I wasn't expecting to do very well because it's old but it's gold. But to my surprise, it's actually been one of the better sort of sources. Just bought a Christmas skin from the shop and it didn't count as a winter event skin. Yeah, that is unfortunately a very real sort of complaint, is the events are something I've had a lot of sort of opinions on. Obviously with the fact that they are very much orientated around sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? With them obviously being orientated a lot more around like playing for over 30 hours, it's been something I've quite consistently discussed, being obviously a disabled person that doesn't have the sort of ability to sit for multiple hours a day and play a game. As much as sort of like, oh, I do streams, as soon as I'm finished streaming, I go and crash for the day. Because the way that my illness works is postural, so it means that I can't sit here for hours on end. Most of the time, if you see a video, for example, posted, I've probably edited that in my bed. I lay in my bed editing. And obviously that's not optimal place for a microphone, like streaming setup. The required resources for sort of hosting a stream aren't available from a bed setup. So streams are sort of the one thing that kind of gets me out of bed. But other than that, I actually have a video I'm waiting for at the minute to finish processing by YouTube, so that I can post that up tonight. I was going to post it before stream, but I had a little trouble getting it up. My internet went off earlier today, so obviously my rendering for that video wouldn't go through as quick. So when my internet came back on, I obviously restarted it and It should be out tonight. I've got the thumbnail and everything sorted. It's literally just waiting on like YouTube to do its thing. My MacBook's over there doing it at the moment. Christmas, yeah, I remember that. Milestone 4 Sixer is cool. See, I don't know too much about, obviously, like, Milestone 4 Sixer. I don't know what skin that was here. Let me have a look. Oh, that is Milestone 4 Sixer. It's cool, I do like it. It's a sort of... It's very reminiscent if, those who play Treppy will know who I mean when I say Prowler. Prowler is a slasher in trepidation that sort of has this kind of vibe. It's very reminiscent of Prowler. I don't know what Gimkit is. I remember you saying that yesterday as well. I don't know what Gimkit is. If you want some sort of hosted games, if I'm up in time to do it tomorrow, we can do Jackbox. I know sometimes, depending on, obviously, the schedule of each week, Jackbox is either going to be lunchtime in British time zones, or we'll do, like, evenings in British time zones. It'll always be one or the other. It's entirely dependent because my friend Timmy streams on Saturdays. So if Timmy's streaming, I don't stream at the same time. I move my stream forward. Because I go in there and mod, but I also watch. You don't have Jackbox? You don't need to have Jackbox. Jackbox is something you play on a web browser. I host it, so the way that it works is I own it on Steam, everyone else goes to jackbox.tv on the browser and puts a code in. It's similar to Kahoot in that sense. Jackbox is basically a party game set. I own 10 of their packs. I don't own 11 because 11 is overpriced. I went to go look on... Okay, look, I don't know what CD Keys renamed itself to. I went to go and look on CD Keys to go and, you know, get Party Pack 11, and it's sold out. So, I'm just not getting it. I'm not getting it for 20 odd quid when I paid less than that for the Quint packs, so... Yeah, no. But yeah, Jackbox, you don't need to own Jackbox, you don't need any storage, it's literally a web page. Yeah, as I say, it's comparable to Kahoot. Last time I searched Jackbox, I only saw downloads. You want to go to jackbox.tv, that is the website page, and it will give you, just go to that directly. It's just jackbox.tv, that's the website. I put it on every stream. We're gonna do against my 5 Shadletskis? Kill them, clearly. I'm sure if one of the modders in chat, they can send you the link to Jackbox. But yeah, no, Jackbox isn't something you sort of have to pay for. It's just me that pays for it, and I paid for it ages ago. Gave up on you. Did we not watch the beginner guide I put out? The, you know, the 1-year anniversary? Where I talked about Sentinels and how it's never worth going for them. Fake fans for real. Bonk. Oh, lucky. The wall. That was the clone. That's the annoying thing about, obviously, the balancing with this game as well, is if you accidentally get a clone, you'll just get locked in for a couple seconds. Just locked in animation. Are you... okay. It gets to a point, doesn't it? It gets to a certain point. Let me think. Oh, there we go. Can you add? I don't add anyone. It gets way too confusing and it's way unfair if I add people, so I don't bother. It's just unfair. Like, there's like, what, 7k people subscribed? And there's, what, like, so many less friend slots on Roblox. I don't, like, mess with, you know, what do you call it? Who died last second? I got a couple people in one fell swoop, like, swoop with, the thing. You have 2 and 7s? Yeah, I know. They can go crazy all they want. Don't you worry, I'll get them. Bonk. Oh, that was slightly angled. Bonk. Sorry, who said I was cooked? Are they dying last second or am I doing this intentionally? You'll never know. Three of your friends added? Let me have a look at my friend list. Could you give me the names of those? I could have possibly forgotten, post-stream. Let me get my notebook. Hold on. Here we go. This is the notebook that I write everyone's, names in for when I add people on stream. Do you have the names of those people? I will take a look. Right, 70 the 11, we've got, Masterpiece, we've got Beans, Stormin, Jaden. If it's any of these people on this list, can you make sure to send me those names so I can have a look? Because I haven't cleared my friends list in a hot minute. But I will go through and unadd anyone I don't recognize if, you give me those names. As of right now, my first, page of friends, it's, like, mostly people I know. If not all people I know. Alan, even Alan and Excalin, let me think. I don't recognize those, let me have a look. It could possibly be people that I have, friendships with. I do know quite a lot of people, I sort of have affiliates. But I will take a look at that right now, actually, and I will have a look. Who have we got with those names? Let me see. might be dumb, but I'm not seeing those on my friends list. Can you maybe link them me? I mean, obviously, if you want to fact check, like, who I have added, I could run you through my entire friends list and, you know, name every person and sort of talk about where I've met them. And stuff like that. You'll notice it's mostly people from Trepidation and people like Timmy, who is a good friend of mine, who does a lot of YouTube as well. We do sort of, like, duo stuff a lot. Or it's people like other associates and people I've worked with in the past. Today is my birthday, well, happy birthday. How do you feel about having a January birthday? 3 people in my notebook. The people in my notebook have all been unadded. They've all got ticks next to them. I'm not seeing an Even and an Alan or anything. There's an Alec. Yeah, they're not in my notebook anywhere. Yeah, I don't have that person added anymore. I double checked that. Don't you worry. I don't have any of those added on my list. Right, let me grab this notebook page, by the way. Okay. Yeah, no, so from what I see, I've gone through all, like, pages of my friends list. I only have 100 and something people added. As I say, I only add people that I know. But you don't need to sort of add me to join the game. As I always say, my joins are on for everyone. You just can literally go anywhere. Forsaken devs should give Nosferatu and Nolly the milestone skins and buff Sixer. This one's crazy, but they should bring back Jason. The reason that Jason was removed and the reason that they can't bring back Jason is because of copyright. So they don't own the original licensing to Jason. Jason originates from the Friday the 13th franchise, which is a movie franchise. The reason they can't bring him back is because they don't own his IP and they will get DMCA'd if they have it in the game. Same happened to, copyright is a complex thing. I'm obviously not a genius on it. I just know the bare minimum because I played Friday the 13th the game. But for example, there was when Friday the 13th game shut down, somebody made newer variants of the game with the Jasons from the newer movies, and they got DMCA'd. They got, like, a takedown notice. So a DMCA is the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, and that's basically a takedown notice saying, hey, if you don't take this shit down, we're gonna sue you. We're gonna sue your ass off. So the reason that they can't have Jason in his old form is because they will sue their asses off. The owners behind the IP are very strict. I believe they're also working with Halloween now, which is Michael Myers, which is why Dead by Daylight lost their licensing, for example. And there's been a lot of sort of copyright strikes all over the place. They are very strict with their licensing. Yeah. Michael Myers, yeah, I believe they are sort of associated in the same sort of branch because they are now working on that. I believe they have affiliations with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game as well. But obviously don't quote me on it, I'm just someone that's very passionate about my ASIMs, so I've sort of been playing asymmetricals for many years now, outside of Roblox. I never really got so much into the Roblox scene until a lot of the sort of external ASIMs shut down, and I discovered a couple on Roblox from some friends. A lore-accurate plasma beam. Can you do Sunday Die of Death? Something that's been regularly sort of discussed on this channel is I have a very passionate hatred for Die of Death. I wouldn't call it a hatred, it's more of a dislike. I'm very far from fond of Die of Death. I've done quite a few sort of rants about how I really don't like the game. So it's very unlikely that I will do a Die of Death stream ever again. I've done about 4 before. People always sort of come in and say, hey, stream Die of Death, stream Die of Death, and when I stream Die of Death, what happens is no one shows up. So a mixture of my distaste and obviously the fact that people ask for it and never show up has just led to me not streaming it. So I sort of strayed away from it, but yeah. To sort of summarize my dislike for Die of Death, it's to do with the way that I think the game is lackluster. So I'm obviously someone that plays quite complex ASIMs. You'll notice I do Trepidation on Tuesdays on stream, which is an ASIM with perks, survivabilities, craftable items such as flashbangs, lockpicks, etc. They have bolts, wedges, they have lockable doors, they have pallets, they have guns like rocket launchers and shit. They have so much that then other games like Die of Death have what? Stamina? You get in chase, you die. The gameplay loop of Die of Death is very much, in my eyes, it is stand around, die. The sort of randomization is also really terrible because you can get 3 cards. You get a card when you get 3 options for abilities, right? You can get the same 2 abilities 3 times in a row, and even then, those abilities are not going to do anything to save you, so they don't have any sort of impact on gameplay because they're sort of like a one-time use, and even then, they're not that effective. The game sort of just doesn't have enough sort of there, but when I sort of say this stuff, the community of the game says, well, it's not a serious game, you can't criticize it. And they start dogpiling on me for having an opinion. So, you know, a lot of sort of contributing factors as to why I don't like Die of Death. But, I mean, at the end of the day, if you like it, I don't care. Have fun, you know, do what makes you happy. But it's not for me. And, you know, when I sort of have that criticism, sorry, people get really mad, so I'm not doing it. Glazing You versus Homer. I never got the You versus Homer hype. I never understood any of it. Games for You, Fish, Reckless, War of the Worlds, Something Evil Will Happen, and Jujutsu Zero. I'm not into fighting games. I think Jujutsu Zero is some sort of fighting game, not my cup of tea. Something Evil Will Happen. I've got quite a lot of stuff on there. I always like to go and like blow people up with dynamite and super balls. Great game. I do enjoy it. I've done quite a few game nights and stuff on it. The problem is, obviously, I do like game nights and stuff in my Discord server, but my Discord, like, not a lot of people show up to game nights either. My Discord server's sort of, a lot of people don't know it's there, and a lot of people are sort of inactive. So, my game nights just don't really have many people in them. It's sort of awkward sometimes, but, you know, if there's people that want game nights, I can start hosting more of them. Obviously, my event team have had the same complaints. Most of the people, actually, from my event team just up and quit randomly. Because I got on at them about not doing anything, and then they all up and quit. Like, half of them quit. Or they got mad because apparently my server is dead. But, I mean, the general chat's pretty active on the daily, so I don't know what that guy was complaining about. I'm not gonna name names, obviously. I'm not that kind of person. I don't stoop to that level of stupidness. Drama's stupid, don't give a shit. Game where you're a military fighting alien machines that invaded Earth. Is it based on the 1970s musical, War of the Worlds? Oh, that's a throwback. The 1970s War of the Worlds musical. I think it's a Jeff Wayne. Yeah. I think it's Jeff Wayne that did it. Beautiful musical, if anybody's sort of like into sort of your old sort of like story musicals. Glorious piece of music. It's very orchestral. Beautiful. I used to listen to it as a kid. Very much a throwback. Oh, I pull it up sometimes when I'm sort of like bored. Beautiful. Yeah, I'll probably have a look at that then, because if it's obviously based on that sort of same thing, I'll probably recognize it quite well. I really loved the sort of like intro of like the sort of like alien-y. There's like, when you listen to the musical like retelling of it, is like really sort of like alien-y like violin sounds, and like it's almost like a violin solo, but like not quite a violin. It's sort of like an alien-y sound, if that makes sense. It's very cool. It's sort of very sort of sci-fi. And to say it was based in the 70s as well is absolutely amazing. I definitely do recommend it if anybody's got like nothing better to do. It's probably a 2-hour piece. I can probably send the YouTube link to it. God, that's my childhood. You must think I'm old now. I wasn't born in the 1970s, for reference. I was born 2005. But this was something we sort of had when we did like road trips and stuff. It was a banger. Concept that this being skin to Nolly. Oh, cool. Anti-cheat sucks so much. Is that for like Roblox? I'm not too familiar with like scripting and stuff with Roblox, but I believe you can sort of look into anti-cheats on like the dev forum would probably be a really good place for that. I sort of worked in a Roblox group quite a while ago, and I knew one guy who made. I mean, I knew the guy that made the anti-cheat because I was the head of moderation, and the sort of way that he did it was something to do with sort of abnormal character movements and sort of like stuff like resizing and that sort of stuff. So if that makes any sort of sense to you, then that might help you out a little bit. But that's the way that I remember this guy sort of did it, was like abnormal changes to like your character's like root parts and stuff, I think. Something like that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you could probably like do quite a lot of sort of research into it, especially with I know there won't be publishings of like brilliant anti-cheats because the big games will obviously want to keep what they've got a secret, because you could reverse engineer something to sort of get around it, but nonetheless, I do suspect that you'd probably be able to find something out there. There'll be something out there for you. What was I saying? I was yapping. Sorry, I get like chronic yapper. Gym class? I never really did gym class, I'm gonna be real. I I I did it until about like year 7, and then I got sort of taken out of it because I think I had some sort of like meltdown. I don't know if you've ever been sort of in a sports hall, but they can be so loud. They sort of like reverberate and like duplicate noise. So obviously with me being like sensitive to noise, they were so loud, I just like wasn't like put into gym class anymore. Okay, what was I gonna ask? I was gonna ask something. So, the sort of thing I'm looking into in the future, sort of like next week or so, is I was considering perhaps opening like mod apps again, or not necessarily mod apps, but maybe more like event team stuff. The problem is with event team, obviously, is I wouldn't necessarily know sort of how to improve sort of the daily tasks that they would get. It's obviously there's game night hosting and stuff, and don't get me wrong, I'd love to do game nights myself as well. And I think that probably will be viable when I eventually get sort of back in a schedule a little bit more. Things have been crazy as of late. I'm waiting for, you know, a bit of normalcy to come back. Not that my life is ever going to be quite normal. But once I get a sort of state of normalcy back, I'm going to look into a lot more in terms of... What am I thinking? What's the words I'm thinking of? Look at this red window, guys. Isn't it so red and windowy? Something tripped my auto mod in the Discord server earlier. Oh well. I'm sure it's nothing. But yeah, the Discord server, I've definitely been working more and more on it. I don't know, obviously, sort of how to do these whole, like, whatchamacallit things. I'm not good at this whole, like, advertising and stuff. I've got a bunch of clips I could probably send to sort of, like, TikTok eventually. Actually, let me grab my notepad. Ah, this is something I need to add to my auto mod. Let's leave that there then. This pen, oh, this one. Yep, and I want to write down. Okay. So yeah, my question as well is I want to know more of what, like, people want to see from, like, the channel as a whole. Obviously, with the fact that, as of late, there's sort of been a decrease in various aspects of activity. I want to know sort of where I'm going wrong and sort of what to improve. So that's something I'm actually gonna work more on. Hang on, I'm gonna write this down. Let's do more YouTube posts. Okay, so I have a folder on my PC of just, like, random clips from when I'm gaming, like, off sort of, like, camera. And I might actually start doing a lot more sort of, like, TikToks with those on it, because there's some stupid crap I say. I do some stupid shit, and I say some stupid shit. And honestly, it's probably quite funny. Few wins Forsaken game by doing nothing. See, this is something I often talked about when, like, I was talking about why Forsaken was as flawed as it was. It was something I was sort of considering, as I know I did, like, the 1-year remake of that guide as my sort of final video, but I was sort of maybe doing, I was originally considering doing sort of a video pointing out all the flaws and, like, things that need to change. But I also don't want to sort of seem too negative, if that makes sense, because I know, obviously, I'm someone that does, like, a lot of, ASIM stuff, and I play a lot of them, obviously. But, in the same breath, I'm not necessarily overly negative. It's more so with me, it's constructive criticism, if that makes sense. So I tend to sort of give examples of ways to change and stuff like that, but I know that regardless of how I sort of structure that, a lot of Forsaken's audience is just too young to understand that, like, well enough, and I'm gonna just sort of be perceived the wrong way. And I have enough sort of trouble with people misunderstanding and misinterpreting my words as is, so, you know, I'm not trying to dig myself into my worst nightmare. But, you know, maybe one day I'll sort of cover that. Or, actually, another idea I could do is I might sort of slip that to another content creator in the Forsaken community and sort of just, like, send that to them. Let them sort of discuss it. I don't know. I don't have too many contacts, but, you know, it's always an option, isn't it? Did you complete the winter event? No. So, something I've sort of talked about with, obviously with me sort of, like, stepping away from the Forsaken content scene as much is I haven't obviously played the game as much because it just doesn't sort of have the same sort of level of engaging content as it used to. But as well, you obviously, with the events, I've sort of mentioned it a couple times, but I find that the events are skewed towards, they very sort of, favour people who play the game consistently and frequently. Whereas people who are more casual players, such as people who have work, school, or people in situations like mine, which if you don't know, I am a disabled person, I have something called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And so because of that, I can only sit at my desk for a couple hours a day. And that means that I can't just grind the game for hours on end because it will make me really sick. So it's sort of an instance where I'm not able to sort of complete the event. I mean, over these sort of Forsaken Friday streams, I've been working towards it. But obviously with my illness, I can't just sit here and grind all day. So I have, I've been sort of working on it, but I haven't got that far in it. I have all of the stuff from 2024 because, as you may know, I did the original guide videos in 2024 when the game first released. But obviously, I haven't been able to get that far through it. I've got all these skins. I don't know what these are sort of all about, and I have these two to get as well. Right in front of you, yeah, if you're expecting me to see your chats, keep in mind that I am restricted to my actual age, which is 18 to 20 right now. I graduate to 21 plus as an age group in a couple months. My ID is verified on Roblox. So it automatically sort of ages me over. So my birthday is like locked in. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, those are all linked offline. I'm looking at my Roblox settings, obviously, with that in mind. I can tell which which of these sessions were on a VPN. Roblox gave you the wrong age. Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of sort of discussions around that where Roblox doesn't give people very good age guesses anyway. And it's sort of just dangerous as a whole, so it's interesting to sort of yeah, it's an interesting sort of one to sort of think about, isn't it? But yeah, I was ID verified years ago, which I'm pretty sure was a different system, because I was like 17. I was playing the 17 games. What do I need to add? I know I needed to update the Twitch auto mod system because I had more scam bots come in. There's these scam bots at the moment that sort of come in on the Twitch side. They're very weird. I'm not someone that can necessarily understand the sort of depth of them, but it's these bots and they come in and they're like, hey, look at my art, add me on Instagram and Twitter, and I'm like, no, that's weird. It's obvious they're bots because they all have the same name and they all sort of like say the same thing, copy and paste. So they are very blatantly bots. But yeah. Next year I'm gonna quit because Roblox is cooked. Fair enough. I do so much more than Roblox content, but I sort of have the problem that my audience seems to think I only do Roblox content. Or I don't know whether it's they seem to think I only do it, or I only sort of they only sort of are interested in Roblox content. Which obviously I'm someone that's got a big passion for horror games and stuff like that, so you know, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Why is this notepad so messy? My handwriting's awful, isn't it? Wow, okay. Let me see if this pen's any better. I think this is a ballpoint, so this should be a little easier to write with. Oh, that's miles better. Wow. Okay, what else have I got on here? But yeah, I do a lot more sort of like Steam stuff now. So for those that don't know, my weekly schedule is Tuesdays I play a game on Roblox called Trepidation. It's a 1v9 asymmetrical. Wednesdays I play Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 2. Thursdays are themeless, so I will quite literally play anything I fancy. So last week it was Fortnite. Well, yesterday it was Fortnite. The week before it was Outlast. No, it wasn't Outlast Trials, was it? It was let's have a look, shall we? What was it? Let's have a look. I can't remember. Okay, it would have been... I think it was Jackbox, actually. That's Forsaken Friday. That was also Forsaken Friday. That's Saturday. That's Sunday. Forsaken Friday, Saturday, that's Tuesday. Wednesday, Friday. I think it was Jackbox. Yeah, it was Jackbox. So it was Jackbox, and before that, I believe it was Outlast Trials. We sort of play whatever we really fancy on a Thursday. Friday is obviously Forsaken, because if I didn't do Forsaken, I'd get chased down with a pitchfork. So Saturdays, I'm sort of looking at doing Jackbox, and Sundays, we do survival games. So survival games are basically stuff like Dead by Daylight, Outlast Trials, anything else sort of like asymmetrical or like along those sort of lines. So it could be anything with sort of like a survival aspect to it. You could argue pretty much half of my library is survival games. So realistically, there's a lot here sort of to do. And obviously I do special events for stuff like Halloween, Christmas, and that sort of stuff, so, you know. Honestly, the channel is full of a lot of Steam games as well. Jackbox is a viewer participation one as well, so you guys can all join just going to the website. It's kind of like Kahoot in a way. But yeah, FNAF was one of the Halloween events. I believe FNAF was part of the Throwback Thursday for Halloween. Yeah. I actually, but yeah, I'm sort of actively really working on the channel, and I'm trying to improve things as I go. One thing that I'm not going to spoil too much on at the minute, but I've been working with my model artist on some other bits and pieces. No spoilers yet. I might actually send a sneak peek of what I've sort of, been up to the boosters of the Discord. I know a lot of people at the minute sort of keep talking about why don't you have like gradient roles in the Discord, but people don't realize that gradient roles are locked behind boosters. Most big servers don't have that problem because they have server boosters, but we have 7 server boosters, which I obviously put those originally into the stuff that gives you guys like bigger upload limits and stuff, so you guys can like post more like videos and stuff of like games you enjoy. But yeah, I don't want to obviously take that away because it gives a lot more benefits, but gradient rolls I'm not going to be able to get unless I have like more boosters. And I don't think that's happening. So, you know, but, you know, the few that do boost do get like sneak peeks, so I suppose they do win, really. What else needs to be on this to-do list? So I have this bit, I have this, I have this. Could anybody think of anything I've been meaning to do that I've just been slacking on? If anybody kind of thinks of something... Is there something I said I was gonna do and you're mad that I didn't do it? Yell at me, please. Tell me what it was. I will do it, eventually. I just have ADHD brain 100, so... I forget! I forget everything. I'm one of those. I noticed the bunnies in there. If I don't put that up, people will absolutely have my head, so I probably should put that up.
Transmission received.
Cardboard box photo. I'm pretty sure if I do... that, I can crop it. And then I can make it, like, a little bit bigger. There you go! Have a bunny in a box. They'll never know, guys, trust. But yeah, it's sort of been an interesting week for me. But yeah, I'm definitely planning more events and stuff. Depending on when I have good health days as well, I probably can do a bunch more. I want to get definitely like more like Let's Play videos and stuff out. I've got part 2 of this one series I've been meaning to do for ages to finally like post tonight. And then once that's out, I can do a whole new bunch of things. I have a couple options for what the next series could be. I am actually gonna pour that in the Discord eventually. So yeah, or I might take that to the boosters. I know sort of I usually give like boosters sort of like first pick on stuff. If I'm planning something specific, they usually get first pick. But yeah, I might actually do that as a YouTube post. I don't know. I think YouTube post might be a little bit of a better one. But yeah, I will put that video out tonight. Let me see. There we go. I will put that poll out tonight. I'll make sure to put it on YouTube posts and the Discord. Oh, hi, hello, welcome in. I'm sort of just yapping to myself at the moment, so do forgive me on that front. Yeah, it's sort of one of those quiet days, which I don't mind. I don't mind quiet days. I know since I sort of announced that I was straying away from Forsaken content a little bit, everyone sort of like fled from my channel, so it's been a tough one. But we're thriving and we do what we can. Can you join? Yeah, of course. My username should be in the pin at the top. I don't know if it's sort of stayed up there on Twitch. Twitch I have a little bit of trouble with sometimes. It doesn't like me very much. Let me have a double check for you, but it should be there. My joins, like, they're on for everyone. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a ban of aging warning. There's so many warnings on Twitch right now. Um... Yep. Submit that. Submit. Cool. And that is also a weird bot. Let me send a report on that one. Nice. Now I'm gonna take that actually from there, and I'm actually gonna put that on my Nightbot censorship. Petition? What petition? What is this petition you're sort of talking about? What are you yapping about? Let me log out, log into Twitch through here, yeah. Let me in, I want my chat moderation, my block words, yep. Oh, they already banned, oh, they already banned the bots that I just reported on Twitch, that's great. I'll put that in there as well, just to sort of make that pretty solid. I should also put, this on there as well while I'm here. There's so many of these bots these days, it's honestly frustrating. Let's have a look. Have you always had little bees that roam around? Yes, so that's something called stream avatars. It's a sort of little system that lets everyone who's in the chat sort of appear as bees. That's always been a system. There's a couple of different systems we have in the sort of chat system. So there is a throwing system that throws things at my model. I'm sure you'll see a bunch of people spam that at like that. What else have we got? The bees, they have a bunch of different functions on them. You'll notice my mods come in sometimes. My mods will post, my mods can start boss fights and stuff on it. Very common thing. What else? Send you a friend request. You don't need to send me a friend request. You can just join off my profile. Just go to Roblox, search my username, and just hit the join button on my profile. I never sort of have had it to where people need to add me because I keep my friends list really like, sort of like locked down. You'll notice I have about 160 people and I know all those people, or I sort of have like associations and have worked with them in the past. It's a lot of just like friends and stuff. WV, I will take that as a win. Thank you, Twin. Play on PS5. You're on console. Ah, right, okay. I have a notepad for that then. If you give me a moment, I'll go and dig it out. I haven't had any console players in a while. You'll have to send a request and then you'll give me full username so I can make sure that I accept you. I'll write your name on the notepad, and as soon as stream ends, I go through my friend list and I unadd everyone. That's how it works. It's how it's always worked. It's because I forget if I don't. But yeah, give me full users and make sure to send a request over to my account and I will accept it as soon as I find my notepad. I obviously, people sort of think, I've had it before as to where we've had like instances where people say they're on console to try and like sneak into my friends list. So the system is very sort of like locked down because I have terrible ADHD brain. But you know, if it works, it works, so you know. I remember I specifically had one guy who was like talking about being on mobile. And then as soon as I said, oh, I don't add people unless they're on console, he was like, oh, never mind, I'm a console player. And I'm like, dude. Dude. You know when you're like, oh my god. It's funny. My doctor says I have HD and then I have 80 of them. Oh, hell no. Me too, Twin. I have terrible ADHD brain, but that's okay. Okay, right, we're done. Why are they trying to make console life harder? Because people are unfortunately just like that. Right, give me a moment. Which page is it in here? No, that's my old Nosferatu stuff. I can rip that out now. Yep, that can go. I missed the bin, but we'll pretend that I didn't. That can also go, that's an old to-do list. What else is in here? Channel trailer, I already did that. What's this? That can also go. What is this? That's my old Forsaken guide. And this is the username page. Here we go. Right, grab a pen. We'll use this one. Do you hear they're getting rid of classic faces? Yeah, I did. It's really dumb, isn't it? They will do anything for money, on God. And do you know what? You can come back and quote me if this happens, but I suspect the second that they get rid of those classic faces and the ones that don't move, they're gonna crank the price of faces. They're gonna put them up. I will bet on it. He wants more money. He's greedy. Right, okay, date today is the 30th of the 1st, 26. Okay, we have got Stormin 55. Cool, got that one written down so I can accept that. We have 2x2x2. One sec. Roger. There we go. What else did we have? Who else was on console, sorry? How many days do I have? Probably about 10 now. Oh, 11. There you go. Obviously, keep in mind, I've been playing since 2024, but I have a disability, which means I can only play for a couple hours a day, if that, and I stream about 6 days a week, so usually those couple hours a day that I can sit at my desk are used to obviously do my streams. The rest of my stuff is done from my bed, so I edit on my MacBook in my bed. Stuff like that. If you want proof that I was around in 2024 December, you can go to my YouTube channel, you can scroll back down to December 2024, I was making Forsaken guides. There is a guide on there that is dated back to the 29th, I believe, of December, which is 4 days after it released. Boom. Mathematics. Did announce they'll make a feature to stop facial movement on the faces, but the faces look worse than the original. Honestly, I don't know what it is with them trying to push these, like, 73 limb fucking Roblox characters. It's so dumb. Like, who wants this? Who wants this? Which, like, bum at Roblox is sort of telling people that this is, like, something people want? I have 21. Honestly, I don't think days are necessarily, like, a big flex or anything. It's not a huge deal, you know? I'm just here to have fun, nothing more. I mean, hell, my entire purpose for the channel was just to have fun and sort of share my interests. And it certainly does that, even if it's sort of a dead channel. It still does that. The second devs say they hate FOMO but make FOMO events like this. Honestly, I don't know what the event stuff is. I'd love to sort of have a discussion or like Q&A with a Forsaken like development team. I have so many questions. Obviously, being like an ASIM nerd, I have a lot more questions than the average person as to what sort of like their process is and stuff like that. I actually have a notepad that I often scribble down ideas for if I ever get an opportunity. Because as I said, I'm probably not going to make any more Forsaken videos, but if I get like a rare opportunity like that, I'll do it. You know, I'll jump on it. I did actually recently ask someone if they'd be willing to do it, but they said no, so... My questions will forever remain unanswered until, you know, one day. But I have many sort of inquiries as to, you know, various aspects of the game and various sort of mechanics and stuff like that. Hope to see you. Well, thank you. It's probably never going to happen. I'm a very small creator, but you know, I do have a list for whenever if my delusions ever come true. It's next to my scripts for some upcoming videos I've been working on. Yeah, I have a questions thing written in pink ink that I got. I got a pack of My Melody pens from a store because I love Samaria. Once you get big, you'll get the dev team's attention. I don't think I'm gonna get big, Twin. I've been here for like a long time and I've just been sort of really small, so it's okay. I'm used to it though. I've been doing content for 3 years, I want to say 3. Maybe 4 now? No, I don't think it's quite 4. I think it's 3 still. But yeah, I've been doing content for a long time. I started content obviously when my illness was developing. So my illness was something that developed as I was a teenager, but I was misdiagnosed for many years as just an asthmatic. When COVID hit, my illness, so my illness is one that if you get a virus of any form, it will get worse. You can't really undo that. So I got COVID in, I think it was 2022. No, 2021. In 2021, I got COVID, and I had COVID and a chest infection at the same time. So I was on a bunch of like antibiotics and stuff, and it made my illness permanently worse. I have something called postural static tachycardia syndrome. It is a chronic illness. It's incurable and there's no treatment as of right now. The way that the illness works is they do symptom management, but my channel sort of started as a way to share my sort of love for things and my interests as someone who is on the spectrum and has a big passion for horror. So you'll notice I play a lot of sort of horror games, whether it be Dead by Daylight, like Resident Evil is something I covered on the channel. Silent Hill is something I plan to cover. I haven't been able to get there yet. Evil Within 2 I need to finish. I've got loads of horror stuff. I love horror and stuff. But yeah, the channel started as a place for me to sort of like spread my interests and talk about what I enjoy. So I've just been here doing that for the last couple years. The channel recently hit 7K, which has been amazing to see. I never thought it would get that far, but you know, the sort of, I get about like 10-20 bucks every couple of months, and that goes towards my groceries and stuff, which is great. It's been even like just like 10 bucks is like so much of a difference to like groceries. I don't know if you've seen the prices these days. It's insane, dude. So I've been absolutely having a blast with sort of, you know, doing this sort of stuff, and I get to talk about what I enjoy. So what does the star mean? It gives you coins. It's a little mini game for the bees. You can do exclamation mark jump in the chat, and if you time it correctly, you get so much currency. There's a bunch of commands on the stream avatar system, so there's bombs that you can drop. You can buy little accessories and stuff. I don't have the accessories and stuff at the minute because I'd have to get those custom commissioned. But, you know, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I probably could take sort of inspiration from the system that I have. And if I get enough time over like the future, I could like remake the pack and sort of make additional little bits and pieces. I'm not familiar with pixel art and how it works, but I'm sure it's not necessarily too difficult to learn the sort of little bits and pieces. Rock. Yeah, so that's something called Twitch integrated throwing system. It works on Twitch and YouTube. But yeah, so it lets you throw different things. There's a couple of commands on it. There's actually a command that nobody has found yet on it. There is rocks, there's bees, there's hearts, there's some other bits as well. I'm sure some of the others, the regulars, will know sort of what there is. There's no pie. Although, if you guys have suggestions for things you want to see added to the throwing system, the person who models them is one of my good friends, and I can actually ask. They have a channel on YouTube as well, which is always linked in the description of every sort of stream and video, so, or at least any like stream or video that has the throwing system in it will have the link of their channel, because they are super awesome. How do these things work? So the words are triggers. So rock is a trigger, tomato is a trigger, hearts is a trigger, I believe. Bees is also a trigger. It runs through a command system that detects these words and then runs the command to sort of trigger them. The hearts will also trigger on a subscription and other bits like that. But yeah, if you've got suggestions for things you want to see, there's a suggestion forum in my Discord server, and you can go in there and sort of like fill out a forum of what you want to see. Caps or normally, I don't think it's cap sensitive, so you can do either way. Some people do it in caps, some people do it in normal text, it goes through either way. So you should be fine. Honestly, I think it depends on how I put it in the system. It's been a while since I set it up. It won't work. Some of them are a little different. It might be heart, it might be hearts, I'm not sure. I know the hearts are bound to subscriptions as well, so if anyone subscribes to the YouTube or follows on Twitch, the hearts will work. So, I don't know if I maybe took them off from the thing. Trying to enter your server. Yeah, good luck. You're more than welcome to sort of like join the game. I probably will server hop in a minute because I know that we've been here for a while now. It's a quiet stream today, it's really quiet, so I'm not so, you know, particular on server hopping. Usually I've got like 100 people in chat screaming at me to make the server empty immediately. So I'm just sort of glad to get a bit peace and quiet today. It'll be as soon as American schools kick out, which will be about 8-9 PM for me, that's when we'll start to get a bit rowdy. Which is why my mods usually tune in about then. You'll notice Timmy's in here, but I do kind of keep my mods on alert on a Friday because unfortunately that's rowdy day. Forsaken fans, unfortunately a lot of them are children that sort of don't know any better, which obviously I can't blame them for that. But yeah, so I sort of have a lot of, you know, I kind of have my mods on extra alert. Jack Frost Classic skin? Yeah, I've got that. I have a lot of the old, I have all the old Christmas stuff. So I never had to do the sort of like event stuff for that, but they sort of redid a lot of the Christmas stuff, which is sad because I had a lot of the like old stuff. So the old sort of like the old like how do you call it? Do I have burnt gingerbread? I think I do, yeah. But for example, they took away the original Builderman one, so now we don't have just the cute little minimalistic skin of like little lights, which is sad because that was a very cute sort of skin. I like the minimalist. Did I? Oh, I hit that right as I. But yeah, if I go grab. But yeah, let me go grab my watch real quick. I'm gonna go and grab that so I can keep an eye on my heart, make sure I'm sort of dying. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? Favorite song? Ooh, I like a lot of different music. I'm one of those people that will like listen to a majority of music. I listen to a lot of sort of rock. You missed it yesterday. We were streaming Fortnite yesterday, so you got a bit of an insight into my music taste yesterday with sort of like all the Metallica and like that sort of stuff in there. A lot of sort of Fall Out Boy and Paramore. I love a good Paramore song. Paramore's very nice. What else do I like? Quite fond of basically anything. Hemlock Springs is very good. I like... Oh god, let me think. Who else? But yeah, I don't necessarily tend to have a favourite song. I'm one of those... I can't listen to the same song twice in a row. I have to constantly have a shuffle. I'm gonna join so I may not chat in the chat. You're fine, don't worry about it. The most rare skin during being in LA Forsaken. Yeah, a lot of people don't realise that I was a day one player. I've been keeping up with Forsaken since... I would think I joined their Discord October 24. So I was keeping up long before the game sort of released. But... yeah. Similar age group, then we can chat. If you're in 18 to 20, you'll probably be able to see my messages. 2024 Christmas player? Yeah, I believe it was 25th. I got home from watching the Doctor Who Christmas special, I believe, and I got home and I hopped on to go and check it out. I remember the original, how do you call them? They were like 50-player beta testing. They would do like public testing before the game released, and it was about 50 players. It was on a base plate. I think it was sort of similar to Template Town. Is that what it's called? There's a sort of map in the private servers that's oddly similar to the original sort of beta testing. But yeah, the game was really small then. I remember it was like a 1,000 member Discord server. But yeah, I've always been an ASIM fan, so I hopped in and I kind of kept up with it. A lot of people sort of know that I'm always someone looking for ASIMs to have a look at. Oh, someone joined the V Hive. Let me go say hi. There we go. But yeah, I will sort of host more game nights in there. 13 to 15 age group. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't necessarily think you need the chat in games like this. I think it can be incredibly viable without. You just have to sort of play your cards right. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Joining finally. Oh, right, okay. Good luck. Obviously there is a queue system. I will have a look at hopping. I know we're gonna hop soon for definite. I just don't know sort of when it'll be. I'll do a couple more rounds in this server and then we'll shuffle over to a different one. Obviously there's a lot of sort of different bits and pieces to. Stand corrected, I'm 3 in line. Yeah, unfortunately I can't help the queues. That's why I'm going to hop servers in a second. You know. Can I join? Absolutely. My username is pinned in both platforms. So Twitch, it's in a box at the top of the chat, and on YouTube, it is on a white box. My username's there. You don't have to add me. You don't have to follow. You don't have to do literally anything. Just hit the join button and you'll be fine. If you're on console, let me know. I have a notepad that I write usernames on, and I can add you, and I will make sure to unadd after stream. Pretty simple system. I make sure to tick off everyone as I unadd after stream, because my friend list gets way too full. I have it at like 200 people, and it annoys me, because it's so full. I'm joining, I was waiting for this. That's why I hop servers, because a lot of people sort of like complain about waiting all the time, and I can't help that. I'm not Roblox. I'm not associated with Forsaken in an official capacity in any way. I'm not some sort of god that can delete the queue. You've got to remember that, like, you're not the only person here, you know? I can't help it. I'm trying my best, you know? I do what I can, and that's why I server hop so much, but I can't exactly do much more than that. What do I like more? I don't understand what you're asking here. What are these options? Am I being dumb? Am I missing some sort of reference? How you doing? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm recovering from having my face drilled out, but but yeah, other than that, I'm okay. I'm a little bit swollen still on my face. I've got a big like sort of like golf ball size like lump on my face, but that should go over time. It's because they drilled like down to the root of my teeth, which is right in my jawbone, so it's incredibly inflamed in my face right now. My face is on fire. Can you delete the queue? Yes, of course. Old placeholder fan, last man standing between noob and sixer. If I didn't hear it, no, I'm not someone that has music on. I don't listen to like the music. It gets distracting. I went to the dentist today. Oh, thoughts and prayers. I was there Wednesday and Thursday getting my face absolutely shredded. I had like something called a root canal, but it's sort of a really like bad one. I originally had an abscess in December, and with that I had to get what do you call it? I had to get I had like 3 courses of antibiotics while I waited for the procedure, and obviously they did that over Wednesday and Thursday. It was a really long process, so it took multiple days, but my god, it's so much better already. My face is swollen like crazy, but it'll go off within the week. Do I take what I said about 1x being the worst killer back? No. At the minute, they are still incredibly weak. The rework, I'm not going to be able to make a judgment on the rework until I get, like, to play it. I didn't get to play the public testing servers. I don't even remember what was happening, but I was busy. But, you know, everything I said in that 1x video still stands until the rework drops, and when the rework drops, I'll come on here live, and I will sort of form... I'll do probably a live stream when that drops, and I will use that as a time to form my opinions. When X is gonna get the greatest buff yet? I'm gonna be real. 1x is so weak right now that I don't even think like buffs are gonna be enough to sort of bring them up to standard. Although I think with the game obviously being fundamentally flawed anyway, it doesn't necessarily sort of do much. Can you join? We're about to hop servers after, I think this round is going to be when I hop. But you can join. My username is pinned at the top on both platforms. In YouTube, it's a white box. On Twitch, it's a grey box, I think. It's in both there. You don't have to add, you don't have to, like, what do you call it? You don't have to add, you don't have to follow, you don't have to do anything. There you go, Timmy's got the Roblox link for you. Way ahead of me. But yeah, position 5. Yeah, obviously keep in mind there is a Roblox bug at the moment going around that's been going for a couple of months. I talked about it quite frequently, but basically it is something where your queue will say something like 20. In reality, you'll probably be in like queue position 2. There's a bug going on. It's insane. People get really mad at me. Don't understand how you're so chill all the time. Like when you get chased, you just look at chat and like don't care about losing. That's because I find the game fundamentally boring. I've played so many rounds of the game now that it's just repetitive, and obviously I've talked a lot about the like flaws and stuff in the game with balancing and how the gameplay loop is sort of not like up to standard with the sort of like ASIM community as a whole. So yeah, I'm not sort of 100% like perfect with like that sort of stuff. I just don't care. At the end of the day, it's life's too short to sort of get mad over simple things. I just be happy and goof around, you know? What else have we got? Position 5, we talked about that. Cool Kid's way worse than 1X, my opinion. Nah, 1X is at least like way worse. Cool Kid has some level of viability. Can you have a photo? I mean, sure. I'm presuming you're talking about Roblox. Yeah, just come up whenever. Like, I'm usually studying here. We are going to shuffle servers now because I'm realizing we've been there for way too long. You know what, actually? I'm going to take a 5 minute because I need some medicine. I'm going to go get some medicine, grab a drink, pour like a drink and grab a drink and whatnot. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll leave you guys with some music. Where's this one? This music will do, nice. Okay. That should be working fine and dandy. I'm back. I'm back. I've had some painkillers. I had my nighttime painkillers early actually because I sort of wasn't quite ready to take the other ones, so I took my nighttime ones early. So that's my heart meds as well. They taste awful, by the way. Ew, my heart meds taste terrible. I also put a contact lens in because I noticed I can't see shit. I got a pen. Got a notepad. I got a drink, another can of Monster, because if I don't drink 12 of those today, I'm gonna be gone. And now I'm praying that you guys behave yourselves, because I don't need this rowdiness today when I'm already in pain. But yeah, behave yourselves. It's a rough day for me anyway. My face is already lit up like a Christmas tree. I don't need you all acting out. I would have put my glasses on and saved myself half a job with putting contacts in, but like, I don't know if any of you have ever worn glasses and headphones at the same time. Ow. Anyways, who was it that was saying 1x was sort of not as bad as Cool Kid? You saw me server wipe with Cool Kid earlier. Here, I'll show you 1x and what 1x gameplay is basically like. I probably will be able to server wipe, but it is a lot more difficult. Is the server full? I don't think so. Honestly, I only joined it a second ago, so it shouldn't be too full. My joins are on for everyone, so it's not going to be a concern that that's sort of a thing. Favorite emote? I have quite a lot of them. Usagi, my goat. I do like Usagi. Other than that, though. I like Caramel Dancing. I like the 24-hour Cinderella. We love a good reference. Cat Dance, always peak. There you go, Logan. Why is this Cool Kid aura farming right now? Aren't you supposed to be family friendly, Timmy? Yeah, Timmy. Is Timmy being Badawan again? Brother's favorite mode is Cat Dance. Hell yeah, Cat Dance is peak. Other than that, Simple Exercise is very sort of funny. It looks like madness, but it is very funny to sort of torment people with. I also like the conga. When you've got a full line of congas, it's great. What else have we got? I have like 2 wheels. The gritty! That was mean of me, I'm sorry. Oh, when did they get a Dusakar? Wait, is that a thing? Is that a skin I can purchase? I want that. Where do I get this? I want it, I want it. I want to be our goat. Do you like my wall? Let's have a wall review, shall we? Come on, let's wall review. Nice bookshelf. What do you think these books are? Let's read. Can we get like close enough to see? That one's in French. I can read that. I can see that. Let's try and see. What do they say? Mystique des... Are they all in French? I want to know what they say, guys. Gotta chill in the Twitch chat because YouTube's bullying me. Hell yeah. Are you LGBT? Yes, I am. I'm surprised nobody like sort of clocked onto that. I'm pretty sure it's everywhere, all over my channel that like I'm an NB and stuff. The humble pronoun section gets me every time. But yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, Timmy escaped you all. You're all free for now. I'm killer next. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, is that Discarth skin a viable one, or how do I get this? I want it. Oh, it's 7,500. Ouchie. Why do we always get to be in a server with furries and Forsaken? What's wrong with furries? It's just people playing dress up. I mean, if you if you're I don't understand the furry hate. That's the thing that I don't sort of get. If you're mad at people for playing dress up, go and crash out and dress to impress, you know? Like go have a bit of a crash out and dress to impress, because that game will kill you, dude. I think you got bigger fish to fry. I'm the killer. Good luck. Thoughts and prayers. I will be dead first. Immediately dead. Oh, I probably should check that before I do it. Yeah, I see. Naughty me. We got gritty guest. It's like, bro, it's funny and strange at one time. I mean, it's not that deep. Nothing is ever that deep, let's be real. People are just being themselves. Who cares? Like, they're not hurting you, so, like, who cares, you know? Running away, let that sink in. I'm not letting that sink in. No, I'm shutting the door, I'm putting the locks on. But yeah, I don't understand sort of how people get, like, annoyed at things like that. It's least of my worries, that's for sure. People playing dress up is, like, really sort of the last thing I'm worried about. The number one rule to life is that if no one's hurting you, just let them do what they want. It's never that deep, twin. It's just never that deep. Not the shed! Get out of my shed, bro. Oh, yes! This team actually clutched for that. Lock the shed? No, why would I do that? Timmy's a homeless man living in a shed. It's my shed, actually. And, if Timmy wants the shed, he can have the shed. I don't mind. But yeah, no. I'm one of those people that, like, if somebody's not doing any harm, it's never that deep. Just let them be. Like, it's not hurting you. It's the same way that people always say, like, oh, you're too obsessed with this thing, you're too obsessed with that thing. You know, they'll be like, oh, you're just too obsessed with playing this specific game. Who cares? Am I hurting anyone? No. I'm just having fun. It's never that deep. It's the same as, like, people that clown on people for being quote-unquote cringe. Cringe isn't real. It's just not real. Calling my mum. Do not bother my mother. I'm pretty sure she's busy at the moment. She'll probably block you if you do that, I'm gonna be real. Yeah, what, too little? Well, I mean, I did put a big, you know, a big sort of warning on today's stream saying, hey, I had dental surgery yesterday. My face is still swollen. Of course, I'm not gonna be as yappy as usual, twin. I literally just went off to take meds because I was in pain. My face feels like it's on fire right now. I'm gonna be real. So. Oh, they're not dead, are they? Oh, they are, aren't they? Fuck. The grinding doesn't wait. Look, okay, you guys should be grateful that I even came to do today's stream because I wasn't going to do it. Everyone that I spoke to about it said don't do it. But, you know, I thugged it out.
Not the whole time, you nitwit.
Boop, 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 boop. Can I say something in Spanish? I don't know very many sort of Spanish phrases. I think the only thing I know in Spanish is like, por favor mantente alejada de las puertas, or something like that. It's something like that. And it means please stand clear of the doors. I remember it because, like, years ago, I went on like a family holiday to Disney, and it's the only thing I ever heard. I didn't pay you for being silent. Nobody pays me, bro. What are you yapping about? What are you yapping about? But yeah, that's about as much as I know. I'm gonna be real. I did French in school, not Spanish. The UK has 3 options. You do German, Spanish, or French. I did French. It sucked. I hate French. It's such like a hard language for no reason. It was so just unnecessarily confusing. But hey, at least I can use it to rage bait. If I catch someone that speaks French, I'm gonna pull up some stupid phrase to rage bait people. I gotta go, I don't realize it's 2 AM. No worries, go to bed. Jesus. Good night. It's Friday? Yes, it's Friday. Oh goodness, it's over. But yeah, no, it is Friday today. I have school tomorrow, so I'll sit a little bit more. You're fine to go to bed if you want, I don't mind. It's okay. I know that it's more important to sleep than sit around in a V-stream. I'm here every day after all. Apart from Mondays. Do not hit me up on a Monday because I'm not going to be here. Dumpster or emotes? Always emotes. Oh, I have an army now. A minute ago I was being absolutely... Oh, I'm still gonna get smacked. Probably want to put myself somewhere over here. That is a hallucination. Let's hope that it will sort of... I said it's fine. Sleep is important. I would know. I'm somebody that stays up way too late and pays the price half the time. Okay, let's see, back into here. I'm absolutely getting... Well, I'm okay now, but I was getting absolutely tormented a minute ago, wasn't I? Right, let's have a look. There we go, in Nolly. The dispenser was fake. Logan changed his name. Yeah, I saw. I think it's a better name. Better name than what it used to be. That's for sure. The guys I just shot like us dead. Trust. Just so you know, that cat there is me, by the way. Alright, let me see. I'm sort of cooked here. Aww. Yeah. I mean, we can always save up for the new skins, though. Okay, let's have a look. What was I missing? Look at my Seika profile. Yeah, I think I've seen you around quite a few times. Yeah, I've seen you around a lot. What's my real name? Honestly, none of your business. I'm gonna be real. V is a family nickname and that's the closest you're ever gonna get. Like, I value my privacy. I don't want someone random at my door at 4 in the morning. Like, I don't want y'all to rock up to my house. Cursing your bloodline? That's not very nice. Eternity's a good ASIM. If you want to suggest ASIMs, my Discord has a whole forum for it. I have a forum for like everything. But yeah. Olivia? No. That's so far away from my there's very few people that know like my full name. And I'm sure the like one person that knows what it is laughing at that right now. Vtholomutal Bigglebottom, yeah, true. It's fast paced and the characters don't have horrible asthma. Is it stamina slop though? Let's be real. Is it stamina slop or is there anything like other than stamina? Because stamina slop is a real epidemic these days. I'm gonna be real. Now the way that I define stamina slop is if you have a stamina bar and abilities and no other form of mobility or like functionality, then that's stamina slop in my eyes. Does it have some form of other mobility? I'd be curious to know the other forms of mobility. If it has like rolling or like wedges, vaults, pallets, wall hopping and other types of parkour. Now that sounds pretty good. I like it. I like it. It's not stamina slop. No rolling. Yeah, I know that it was an original discussion in Trappy a while ago that they wanted to put like rolling into Trappy as a mechanic, but that didn't end up happening. But there is now the combat roll ability. I remember it was sort of this long ago now. I'm gonna be so honest. This was like a long time ago. But yeah, ASIMs. In terms of ASIMs, I do a lot of Trappy, which is not stamina slot. And I do a lot of sort of other bits and pieces. A lot of outside of Roblox as well. The problem is that because I only do a little bit of Roblox content now, is a lot of people don't watch anything else because they only want Roblox. And that is just sort of the harsh reality of the way that my channel is sort of being treated at the minute, but honestly it's fine. I'm just having fun. I don't care so much about the views, more so it's just having fun and yapping. So, is what it is, isn't it? I guess it's vaulting to some extent, but you mostly do it without meaning to. Yeah, fair enough, honestly. I'd be interested to sort of have a look at it. Do you want to drop me a link to that? I'll have a look later on maybe once I'm sort of done with, I have some bits and pieces I need to plan out for tonight, like work-wise in terms of like channel stuff. I have a big to-do list already. But once I sort of get through there, I will definitely sort of delve into that sort of stuff. I'm, like, as I always say, I'm happy to check out ASIMs and stuff, but just a lot of the time I struggle with my health. Can you see messages? I can see messages in, I can't really see any messages in chat. I know it says there's 11 there, I don't know who that is. Somebody over here has, someone in this server has, 18 and above chats, but I don't know who it is. Someone does. I've just got 11 chat messages up there, but as I say, I don't know who it is. But I'm in 18 to 20. I graduate to 21 plus in June. The soundtracks are actually good, like Xenomorph's Chase theme. Hell yeah. Oh, the OSTs aren't just spooky noises. See, I'm not an OST person. This is something I always talk about. If I can, would I be able to join? Yeah, my username is in the pin, and my joins are on for everyone. You don't have to add or anything, just go crazy. I'm spectating Norley. Why, what are you up to? You're just in a corner. I can see my name on your thing. Is that like a chat system? The chat's obviously locked. Someone here, I can see what this Sammy person is saying, what Rivals is saying. And No Name Product. Those are the three I can see in chat right now. But other than that, I don't really know, sort of, who's talking. What was I doing? Sorry, I got DM there and I'm sort of doing... Ah, here we go. Whoops. Oh. Rose knew that one Australian man that gave himself 2,000 middle names. See, thing is... Middle names are peak. I don't know what you're talking about, Twin. You can't see chats? I probably can't see a lot of people's chats. I'm ID verified, so... People also seem to mistake me for being, sort of young. I'm not, like, as young as people sort of think I am. So except for the 1X rework, yeah, I did do a video talking about, obviously, 1X being really weak, so I'm definitely interested to sort of see. Bloody hell. Jesus. That looks you farther than I can remember. What are you? What's the point of, like, the people that emote on people when they sort of, like, stun? I don't get it. Sentinel slop. Oh, that didn't sort of take that out. Damn, okay. Interesting. I haven't done this in a while. You can sort of tell that I'm really sort of rusty. Hmm. Pop this while I am sort of here. That's a very good, like, example of sort of how the minions aren't that spread. I know this was something I talked in the 1x video about, and people keep sort of, like, being like, oh, well, you didn't cover this and that. I did, twin! Add you as a friend. If you're talking about Roblox, I don't add people as a friend. You'll notice I did add a couple of people earlier in the stream chat. I did take their name on a notepad. I have a picture of the notepad if you want a picture of it for me to prove it, because I know people will be like, you didn't actually do that. You didn't actually do that. I did. It's right in my hand. I will send you a picture with it in front of the screen if you really want. I'm not dealing with petty shit today. I had my face ripped open like the other day and my face hurts like fuckery right now. But yeah, I don't add people. I add Logan because Logan's one of my mods. I've been meaning to do it for a while, but I've just been doing it to sort of rage bait. Bullying Logan is very funny. Staring into space? No, I'm checking Discord at the moment. I'm sort of talking about different bits and pieces with certain people right now. Oh, I will take this, thank you. Thank you, Twin. Imagine not saying bye. Sorry, I'm sort of not able to read chat when I'm playing Killer. Don't know if you talked about this, but you're looking forward to the 1X rework. I'm interested to see it. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm definitely sort of interested to see the way that it functions. If you sort of like know my channel, then you probably saw I did a video a while back talking about how 1X is really fucking weak. So I'm intrigued to see how they fix it. I don't think rework is necessarily gonna make a hell of a difference to 1X. I'm gonna be real, I think the kit is fundamentally flawed, but I'm glad they at least sort of approached the fact that they made a ranged killer that isn't even ranged. I'm glad that they sort of took that kind of criticism. I don't think they actually saw my video, I'm gonna be real. My video did really poorly. But my videos always do really poorly, so that's nothing new. But I did talk a lot about how 1X is just fundamentally one of the worst killers in the game by a landslide. So, you know, I'm intrigued to sort of play around with it and form my own opinion based upon the facts and the changes that are made. Flydeck's gonna slime you. Flydeck's always being a meanie. But equal in strength from what I can tell. Projectiles are the gambling problem they do as now. That's what I know. I'm stuck. I can't move. Oh. Even with those gone, I wasn't moving there for a sec. I didn't realize I was in a corner because I was trying to read the chat and I couldn't sort of wiggle out there. Equal strength from what I can tell. Projectiles still have the gambling problem they do as of now, but at least mass infection will let you catch up consistently if missed. That is a good point. I think, obviously, the fundamentals of the 1X rework are something I have to see sort of first-hand to make a good judgment. Obviously, I didn't get to play the playtest. I'm obviously not in the best of health all the time. A lot of people sort of forget that. And, you know. Am I gonna say bye? I said bye a minute ago. I said I didn't see it, but bye-bye. You dum-dum. What was I gonna say? Vilvatron. That would be one hell of a name. If you know how to play 1X correctly, he's really OP. Not true though. I don't think that you can't. People will say like, oh yeah, 1X is like really OP if you play them correctly. There is no way to consistently play 1X correctly. You are always gambling with those abilities. They aren't fundamentally functional. For example, Entanglement. Entanglement is supposedly a 10 lifetime projectile, which is longer than mass infection, and yet it becomes weaker and weaker the further out it goes. You would think that as a projectile, it becomes stronger the further it goes. At a range, it would make much more sense to use it. But yet it doesn't, because, you know, it's basically gambling. Same with mass infection. They, despite being a ranged killer, become weaker and weaker and weaker the further you are. It's sort of like backwards archery. They say that obviously it is comparable to archery, really, isn't it? Because obviously with archery you have the unpredictability of the wind, which will sort of swing things one way, the other way, sort of like left, right, up, down, whatever. But obviously with archery you get weaker as you go farther back. Whereas you're already pretty weak as 1x. It's the wind is basically the survivors. You can try and predict to the best of your ability, but you're not going to be 100% accurate all the time. Do I have a girlfriend? No, I do not have a girlfriend. But yeah, it's basically a huge gamble. Timmy was the only survivor. It's insane. But yeah, you know, it's sort of a mixed bag, isn't it, really? That's why I don't find 1x fun to play, either. Do you know who we need to play a little bit more of? John Doe. I haven't played John Doe in ages, bro. Getting old. You know, I gotta realise I'm sort of really old. At least I certainly feel it, that's for sure. My bones creak. Sorry for pushing you in the corner. It's fine. I just couldn't get out. I was really confused. Games I should play. Look at this before I'm going to bed. Okay. Your message? Where is the message? Hold on. 1x is the worst killer ever. That is the best last man standing. I'm gonna be real. Even with the last man standing, it's just not, like, viable. Honestly, if you want to know more about my opinions on 1x, you gotta go watch the video. It's not something I can compress into a stream. It just doesn't sort of have the same flow. I did a whole video on it months ago. And I'll probably do a stream on it to sort of form my opinions and write down notes as I go. Obviously, I can't compress my opinions on the rework into one stream, because it takes a week or more to sort of learn counterplays and for, like, different alterations and stuff to come out. But, I mean, I'm sure I will publish some form of my opinion. Who do I think is currently the best killer? Honestly, with, what is this? What is this? Stand. My kneecaps, why would you take those? Where does this skin come from, by the way? Does anybody know where this skin is? Because I find that the boxes are a lot, like, smaller than, some of the others, like, 1x skins. Sorry if I asked it before, but who are you interested in for more? A Zoom, Doombringer, Eye Trapped? I don't know much about any of them, I'm gonna be real. I haven't seen too much about the sort of, like, publications of their, like, official sort of ideas. But yeah. Sing a song? I'm not singing a song, dude. Like, I'm sure you can hear from my voice alone, I will not have a good singing voice. Like, I just have a very flat voice. Make a video where your mods edit? God no, you guys cannot be trusted. I actually tried to do something similar once, but nobody was sort of down to do it, so... Oh well. Call me, I'll sing. I'm not letting you sing, bro. Describe them, go crazy. If you want to describe them, go crazy. What was I saying before? Best killer. Slasher's pretty strong. I did a video on that one as well. Slasher has quite a lot of strength. Other than that, who could I probably say? Nolly's decently strong. A lot of people say Sixer is strong, but Sixer sort of has a fundamental weakness in the sense that Sixer can't, like, loot very well. Sixer's sort of middle ground. Nosferatu's also middle ground. Cool Kid is at least decently strong right now. People will be like, oh, Cool Kid's, like, so strong, so strong. Or, like, so weak, so weak. Cool Kid's okay. 1x is really weak. Slasher's decently strong at the moment, because, you know, fundamentally, Nolly's decently strong. These two are sort of, like, average. John Doe, I'm not too sure. I haven't played enough John Doe to sort of have a great understanding. But check DMs. Oh, what are you sending me? I have a beautiful singing voice. Trust I need this. No. Block. Nolly's best killer. Then 1x then guest. I don't think 1x could possibly like sort of fall into decent killer categories when... Okay, right. I'm gonna put it plain and simple when I say this. 1x, a lot of people think is good, because 1x has noob stomping capabilities. And a lot of public servers tend to have lower level players, but when you sort of go into stream servers, for example, the higher players all tend to be in one place. And that's where you can't really win as 1x very easily, because a lot of the players will have a higher skill floor. And 1x's entire thing is all about gambling and prediction, and it's a whole load of inconsistent, like, kit. It just doesn't sort of give you anything to sort of work with. Sixer can keep up, but heavily depends on landing. See, even with that, I feel like Sixer's just like looping is really sort of like clunky because of the model being like insane. Like, it's just really clunky, at least in my sort of experience. I'll equip Sixer in a minute actually, and we'll sort of have a bit of a play around with that. I'll sort of explain it as I sort of play. But Sixer's clunky, but definitely at least stronger than 1x. 1x just doesn't have the capability to succeed. 1x is just a noob stomper, but, you know, all the pro people get mad when I say that. Because they're like, oh, 1x is the best in comp, 1x is the best in comp. No. No! Builderman's just free XP. See, Builderman is a bit of a 50-50, because I find that generally, sort of, Builderman players will be targeted, but they at least have somewhat capability of surviving more than 5 seconds. Whereas it's a very sort of common issue with support characters that they get like targeted and they don't have the capability. But yeah, something I always say is that there's never gonna be sort of brilliant characters because the game has a fundamental lack when it comes to mechanics. So the stamina system is far too strong, and that's what the entire gameplay loop relies on. It's something I talk about a lot, but the gameplay loop relies entirely on the stamina side of things. So it's all to do with survivor stamina specifically. If a survivor manages their stamina well, you're not going to catch up very easily. You don't sort of have a like significant skew in your stamina to allow you to sort of catch up to that survivor. If they don't make any kind of mistake in their pathing or their stamina, they're probably going to just outrun you again and again and again. Whereas no like ability is going to ever be strong enough to sort of make or break a chase. It's all reliant sort of on the survivor and their stamina management. And it's not a good way to run a game. There's no... For example, you could be using, say, Elliot and you could pop Rush Hour, but it's all, again, entirely reliant on, like, survivors and stamina. The ability isn't going to make or break. You can pop it and you can make as much distance, but if you haven't managed that stamina correctly, you're just going to die anyway. Because it's all heavily reliant and it all comes back to stamina. It's find it hard to make any killers that are unique because of the game's fundamentals. See, this is something I sort of talk about, I used to talk about a lot. Obviously, it's one of the main reasons I skewed away from the game. Because the game's fundamentally lacking, and there's no sort of indication that they're willing to make any changes to make it more viable. And now obviously, I know a lot of people sort of don't see things the way that I do, but I'm someone that plays a lot of ASIM games. You'll notice I don't play just Roblox either. I play a lot more Steam than I do Roblox anymore. I played 2 Roblox ASIMs, and I play a lot more on Steam. I've been looking into a game called Carnival Hunt. I've mentioned it a couple times now, but I've been wanting to play that. I remember I didn't get a chance to get around to the playtesting of it, but it comes out this year, and I'm ready to sort of delve into that world. How do you do aim Dusiclar's ability? It's done with a mouse. If you're on controller, hang on, let me pull out my controller and I can sort of double check the control for it. Let's have a look. Yeah, so you sort of want to aim it with that circle there. That circle generally tends to be your aim, but you have a little bit of aim assistance with your sort of aim on controller. I think it would probably be the same on mobile. If you have a crosshair, use that as your general guide. But with sort of, I think on mobile you can also put your finger on the screen and sort of point as to where you want to go. But with mouse and keyboard, you just sort of move your mouse accordingly. But yeah, shut up Nightbot. See, Nightbot does those sort of messages because people can't, like, show me respect, so I had to put Nightbot on. I can turn a couple of them off if you want to, especially on the Twitch side where there's less people. But, yeah, due to the sort of lack of respect I was getting, I did a lot of sort of like Nightbot stuff. But yeah, sort of, I've talked a lot about the fundamentals. I did inquire about maybe sort of like doing a bit of like a Q&A with like one of the developers, but everyone that I've asked so far with the like Q&A for developers, they've said no. I don't know if it's because I'm a tiny channel or they just don't want to, or keep aiming at the floor for some reason. Keep in mind that on controller, the crosshair's a little higher. But yeah, there's a lot of sort of, obviously with me being a very passionate ASIM fan, I have a lot more questions than the average Joe. And I understand Forsaken just lacks anything that discourages looping, killers need an answer, or otherwise they're too weak, eventually funnels rushdown playstyle. See, this is something I often like used to talk about, was that stamina has such a heavy reliance that the game isn't functional. And it doesn't sort of have, you know, it doesn't sort of have the ability to compete with other ASIMs, but it's also sort of inspired the ASIM, like, stamina slop epidemic, as I call it. Obviously I play a lot of ASIMs. I don't really play much Roblox ones. A lot of the Roblox ones have a similar problem. One that I like physically refuse to play is something called Die of Death. Everyone always comes in and demands I play Die of Death. I did it about 4 times on different streams. I did full streams where I did like Die of Death. People, 1, they would come and demand it and then they didn't show up. And 2, the game's gameplay loop is even worse than Forsaken's. So I genuinely couldn't sort of get myself like into it at all. Should I be Sixer? If you want to be Sixer, go for it. I'm gonna equip Sixer actually. Thank you for the reminder. I want to be that Urkel one. What did Nightbot do? Nightbot is just set up to send like little reminders every sort of 2 messages in 5-10 minutes. A lot of it is because I have a lot of trouble with sort of like respect and issues like that on the channel. I know it's because these sort of, for some reason, Roblox seems to attract a younger audience, when my channel isn't designed for younger audiences. My channel is, I like to call it viewer discretion, because obviously, like, that's your choice. I swear, I play a lot of horror games with, like blood and God knows what else. Dead by Daylight, fine example. Outlast Trials, another fine example. I mean, Outlast Trials, the whole thing is you go digging through corpses and stuff for, like, organ samples for, like, extra points and stuff, so. But yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of given people the misconception. And with it being younger people, they sort of don't have a sort of respect for boundaries and stuff like that, so I had to set a lot of Nightbot stuff up to sort of try and curb that. A lot of people just ignore it though, so it didn't really work in my favour, did it? But yeah, no. Honestly, Outlast Trials has really funny voice lines. It does, I know. I've played so much of it. You should have showed up to the stream, you fake fan. You actually probably were there, to be fair. The second soundtrack now are just slop. game's too hard because of stamina slot. See, I always sort of talk about my favorite Roblox ASIN is something called Trepidation. I'm working to push a guide out on it in a minute. I'm working to push a guide out on it at the minute because I've been playing that for years. I sort of know it like the back of my hand. And they just released a new update, so I'm just putting a guide out. But in comparison to stamina slot, Treppy has like 6 different mechanics just for survivors. They've got craftable items, they have guns, they have craftable items, guns, they have abilities, they have perks, and stuff like that. So like, in comparison, oh, they have pallets, wedges, and vaults as well. So yeah, but in comparison to the stamina slot games, nobody wants to sort of give it a go or give it a chance because they're so used to stamina slot games that it sort of has made people not want to try more complex ASIMs, which is sad because it deserves a lot more love. It's but yeah, they changed renders, which is so unnecessary. They changed too much about the game. See, I understand the dislike for change, but at the same time, I do think some changes are necessary. I think it's sort of a mixed bag. If anything, I think there's a lot more changes that need to occur, but that's not something that people will really hear me out on, so I kind of call it there and just moved away from Forsaken content. But yeah, there's a lot of sort of bits and pieces that I could discuss. I could be here for hours. Hi, welcome in, by the way. Forsaken be doing anything but Norley milestones. See, there's a lot of sort of questions I'd love to have. Discord notification sound? That's not me, no, I put my Discord on DND before I start streaming. Am I live on YouTube and Twitch? Yes, I am. I do cross-stream. But yeah, there's loads of sort of like questions and stuff that I'd love to ask because I know that I've talked a lot about how I think that the events that the game has are really sort of unfair and greedy. I've talked a lot about how I think the game has a fundamental flaw and needs a lot of changes to the core mechanics to make it viable to balance. And stuff like that. Because people always say like, oh, Elliot's like rush hour is so like OP. No, what that is it's basically to do with the fact that again, the game is so reliant on stamina that making that amount of distance just makes it difficult to sort of catch back up. The survivor stamina is the make or break of sent you something important. What? Get out. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Cross-chatting? Oh, hell yeah, welcome in. You're welcome to use whatever platform is more preferable for you. But yeah, I always talk about how survivor stamina is the make or break of the game. If the survivor manages their stamina and pathing well, you're never going to catch them. And the sort of balancing of rush hour certainly falls into that category. Twitch has more emotes. Yeah, it does. I don't know how to put like custom emotes on YouTube or Twitch. I don't know how to do it on either platform. But I'm in the process of getting new emotes right now anyway. Oh, someone's false striking copyright stuff again. Who keeps doing this, by the way? Gotta go bye. No worries, thanks for showing up. There's someone out there that keeps like... Someone out there that keeps, what do you call it? Copyright striking all of us content creators. I haven't been affected with it because I sort of don't do as much Forsaken content anymore. But, yeah. Do you have any ideas on the survivor stamina and how it could be fixed? I think they need another form of mobility. The way that stamina is usually sort of, handled is they need some other form of mobility. Whether they make... I know they've already got room for vaults, so I don't know why they haven't incorporated vaults. They sort of made it, I remember when they put the old map kit out, it was a requirement that they had to have so many vaults in a map. Don't know why they haven't done that. Some form of mobility, whether it be pallets, whether it be sort of like so many like various obstacles of similar nature to pallets. You know, you could have like so many set tripwires, you could have like traps that survivors could set, you could have all these different sort of options are there. You could have sort of like landmines that like exist. Another one that you could have is you could have it so that they can set like traps on like the generators, stuff like that. But that's what I sort of say a lot is there need to be another form of mobility, whether it slows down the killer or like they like do something slower, so it's like, oh, they vault slower, or you know, or even like wedges that only survivors can go through, or like stuff like that. So wedges, okay, let me go through every ASIM that I have knowledge of, and we'll talk about how each of those has mobility. First one I want to probably look at is Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if anybody knows Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw Massacre has a variety of different mobility. So, within Texas Chainsaw, you have doors. Doors are something that can be opened and closed, they can be broken. I believe they can also be locked by certain characters and unlocked by survivors using obtainable lockpicking tools. So you spawn in the basement in that game, and you have to unlock the doors to the basement to get out. Those doors make a noise when you open them, and they will alert the family, who's your killers. So then you also have wedges, which not all of the killers can go through, but a couple of them can. So those are sort of like gaps in walls that you like squeeze through to sort of get to different places. Your like heavier characters can't, but your skinnier like low damage characters can. Hi, by the way, welcome in, welcome in. What else is there? So there's wells, which are a survivor only item in Texas Chainsaw. Those can be used to drop down into the basement while you're sort of like in a chase to get away from the family. They can't use it at all. No one can drop down wells. I think there's one character that can, but like it's a hyper-specific scenario. So they have so many different forms of mobility that sort of like have that restriction without like the game has stamina as well. Like the game has a stamina bar as well, but they also have these mobility forms. And they have other bits and pieces. You can set like traps and stuff as well. And bits like that. I'm pretty sure that's all of them. Yeah, because you've got your wedges, your doors, your sort of like wells. Yeah, and then your like lockpicking doors. So that's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Dead by Daylight has your vaults, your pallets. So there's already two forms of mobility. And as well as that, they also have, comparable to the killer doors in Forsaken, they have the breakable sort of doors in Dead by Daylight for the killers. But yeah, can you see what I mean when I say ASIMs don't have that sort of fundamental functionality if they don't have the ability to have multiple mobility forms, you know? If there's no mobility, there's no sort of good balance. Trepidation is a whole other bag of worms. Trepidation's a Roblox game, but it has landmines, it has lockpicks, it has smoke bombs, molotovs, pipe bombs, it has lockpicks for doors, it has vaults, wedges, it has pallets, it has guns, so like grenades will slow down and stuff. Whole different kind of worms. If you want to see more about Trepidation, tune in on Tuesday. That's when I stream Treppy. Great game, but definitely has a lot more mobility. Complete contrast to the stamina slop epidemic. Let me think. What else have I played ASIM wise? So if we're talking more ASIMs with mobility for contrast purposes, Friday the 13th. I'm not sure if any of you will remember Friday the 13th, but it was an ASIM game a couple of years ago. Friday the 13th had, let's have a look. They had windows, which could be opened and closed and broken. So they did damage at the cost of mobility. You had doors which you could lock and the killer could break. You also had a stamina bar, which would determine whether you ran or anything like that, and your running would make noise. And then you had like your I mean, you had your car and stuff, which again, Jason could stop it, so. Yeah. But yeah, as I said, I wasn't kidding when I said I was passionate about ASIMs. I will very much talk on this topic for hours, and I think that's a fundamental sort of thing that they don't have in, like, the Forsaken team. They don't have someone with my sort of, like, net level of nerdiness for ASIMs. I'm just actually insane for them. I have, like, a next level kind of understanding because I'm sort of really into them. And I think they don't have the adequate sort of... What do you call it? They don't have the same sort of understanding of, like, ASIMs and mechanics and sort of what, like, fundamentally makes or breaks something. The way that, my brain sort of is so latched onto ASIMs. 2 times faster if you get winded. See, even then, I don't think the stamina would sort of do anything. I don't think changes to stamina is going to be enough. They need something else. Oh, they're gonna come back for me? Old soundtrack. Soundtracks! See, this is something that kind of riles me up a little. Soundtracks aren't what makes the game. People have too much of a focus on soundtracks. It actually kind of annoys me. Because what do you mean that the soundtrack is more important than the gameplay? It's interesting hearing you talk about this and taking notes as we speak. You're more than welcome to sort of come in and ask these questions because this is something I'm really obviously passionate about. It's like, so I have autism, if that wasn't obvious. I have autism and I have a special sort of fixation on, horror and asymmetrical horror. So I have a very sort of vast understanding of the mechanics and the way that ASIMs flow. And it's definitely sort of something I'm always happy to talk about because I'm somebody that I'm not like angry about it, but I certainly get annoyed when I sort of see these people like saying, oh, this is a great game, this is a great game, and it's like minimal, like there's nothing there, it's just lackluster. See, I don't know how to really explain it other than like, well, I did a lot of sort of videos talking about balancing in the past. I did the whole video that 1x was nothing, sort of, how 1x was basically fundamentally weak and, you know, didn't really sort of live up to what everyone always says about them. And then I did the video on about how, like, Slasher is, like, a good sort of baseline for a killer because they have an understandable and yet solid kit. But, you know, a lot of people sort of found to be, like, a lot of people sort of, how do I explain this? A lot of people didn't like that I was making those sort of videos with, like, opinions and stuff. Hi, I'm a Spanish person, I'm bored, the egg is me, by the way. Oh, cool, welcome in. Fred and I have been making an ASIM for months, we have a crouching mechanic. See, that's sort of where, like, you need something other than literally just sprinting. Even Flee the Facility had the crawling mechanic. Do you know what I mean? Like, even the most sort of simple of games have these sort of basic necessities, and I think people forget that, like, they are a necessity. See, obviously, like, a lot of people saw my videos talking about balancing and talking about how these characters were weak and saw it as me talking shit. I'm not talking shit. I'm sort of talking about the game as a whole, and I'm giving constructive criticism, if anything. I know that a lot of people seem to think that I'm just being overly negative. No, because I'm emphasizing sort of what they need to do differently, and I'm sort of pointing that out. That's not negative, it's sort of more... How many days am I in Forsaken? I think it's about 11 now. I don't know. Honestly, I've been playing since December 24, but I'm disabled. I have, a disability that basically means I can't sit for more than a couple hours. It's a postural disorder I have. It makes my heart rate really bad. When did I start? I started December 24. I was keeping up with the game in October 24, just before Halloween. Yeah, just before Halloween, about 2 years back now. And... December 20, the game didn't release until December 25th. The game released December 25th. I have the badge to prove it. It was December 25th that it released. Learned English from Duolingo. Yeah, there were public playtests, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily count because they close those servers after 2 hours, so... I mean, if you want to count it like that, then I think it would probably be October 22nd, 2024 that I joined. If you ping me in the Discord, I'll send you a screenshot. My join date for the Forsaken Discord is October 2024. Here, like, I'll take a screenshot. Yeah, you guys are, it's impressive for people to sort of learn, like, English from various sources. I can only speak one language, and I still sort of speak it poorly. So I think it's really impressive for people to speak more than one. So, hell yeah, we love that. Sadly, I had to delete some old footage for space. I didn't know it would change so much. Yeah, it's fair enough. Obviously, I did my original guides back in the day. But yeah, there's the screenshot in the general chat if you want it. Yeah, I have like 11 days now. A lot of people sort of get mad at me for playing since 24 and not having like a billion days playtime, whereas like it's sort of hard to explain. Remember when you had graffitis? Do you mean like the ones that I covered in that one video? Yeah, I remember you would clean up the graffiti on Random Works. Old lobby theme was way better. See, I don't understand sort of the hype around the music. I don't even have the music on half the time. A lot of people seem to act like the music is more important than the gameplay. And that's something that's crazy to me. The pumpkins, yeah. There's probably loads of documented footage on my channel. If you go back, I did guides the day the game came out. I was doing guide content. That's why I recently posted that 1-year remake. Music's for hype aura moments. I mean, yeah, but like, people treat the music as if it's the only thing that matters and that the gameplay comes second to the music. And I feel like that's something that's really stupid. Like, sure, you can have amazing music, but that doesn't sort of make the game interesting. And I think that's sort of what happens with a lot of games. They sort of focus too much on one aspect and they don't sort of account for the other sort of zones, which are important. Massive hole in the middle of all planet boss. Yeah, if you go back on the video, they go back to 24. The Survivor's emote. Yeah, I made like original guide videos back in 2024. Obviously, they're probably really like aged now. Because if you think about it, like, oh god, what is it called? There's the 3 guides on my channel from December 24. Then I remade one for December 25. And then that was what sort of like my announcement of like, hey, I'm not doing Forsaken videos anymore. It's just not my cup of tea anymore. It just sort of, it just doesn't have the same sort of charm. And then I think until sort of like the issues that are like there are fixed, I'm not gonna find myself doing videos on it because it's sort of not worth the effort. But yeah, I dipped out of there. Hi, by the way. Welcome in. Is this person on high ping? Why is there jazz music? I don't know. I don't think it's that bad though. I think it sort of fits the sort of lobby vibe. They're a cat. That's not a cat, twin. That's a bunny. That's Remy. Hang on, I probably have another photo of him somewhere. AI copyright strikes. It's not, if you're talking about the YouTube thing, it's not AI that's doing it. It's someone maliciously doing it. On YouTube, it's someone doing it intentionally. I've had it happen to me before, multiple times. They do it all the time. Oh, Roblox AI, yeah, Roblox AI is dumb. This is why we shouldn't be using AI though. Like, this is why AI needs to be kicked out. Like, I've had, like, multiple people try and, like, falsely copyright strike me before. I had a guy striking my streams. Because of the game music, when in reality, he'd stolen the game's music himself. Are you serious? Wait, did you see, there, the bloody things didn't load in? The music, if you're talking about the game music is here. The, like, chase themes and shit, I just have it turned down because it's loud as balls. Like, it's loud as hell. What is it with this game recently and being so bugged as anything? It's insane. Do I play you versus Homer? No, that game is like overhyped. It's the same with Die of Death. Like, Die of Death was really overrated, and now you versus Homer is also really overrated. It just doesn't have the effort. Like, Die of Death, I mean, sure, Die of Death has the effort, but they don't have the fundamentals to make an ASIM viable. Same with Forsaken though. Forsaken doesn't really have the fundamentals either. It's a little bit better, but it still doesn't really have enough fundamentally there. Yeah, it's honestly, I was gonna make a video on like how Forsaken as a whole is fundamentally flawed. But like I know people would sort of just like absolutely drag me through the dirt for it. Because people are always like, oh, why would you possibly hate the game? It's so good, it's so good. And I'm like, please take off the rose-colored glasses, twin. Because that's what it is. A lot of people have the sort of rose-colored glasses that allow them to sort of enjoy it without realizing sort of how it feels after a while. Here, this is for whoever said it was a cat. You get so much hate, do it. See, thing is, my channel's dead. Like, it's all fun and games, I could do that, but like, my channel's just dead as a whole, so... I mean, if there's enough people that really want me to cover the, like, full, like, extent of the game's, like, reality, then I'll probably do it, but I just don't think it's sort of worth the effort. Like, I left for so many different, like, reasons. I didn't leave fully, but I sort of stepped back from, like, a lot of video stuff that I was gonna do, because the game just fundamentally isn't what it should be. But yeah, I just don't think it's worth sort of making that, effort to do such a video when, one, my channel's sort of dying as is. I think I've got other things to worry about. And two, I'm having a lot of sort of trouble with the community as well. But yeah, I mean, I could very much write sort of a script about it, but it's not hard to do though, really, is it? I think a better source of video for me would be to just cover the stamina slot epidemic as a whole. I think that'd be a very sort of interesting sort of variation instead. I could do sort of a video on the whole epidemic and not just, you know, like, Forsaken. That'd be a great idea. Honestly, I'll do it. Why not? Here, let me grab a pen. We'll do it in green. Why not? Sure, let's do it. If I take the lid off the pen, we'd get somewhere, wouldn't we? Talking about Die of Death, a lot of people moved to that game because they want a different flavor of Forsaken. See, can you stop inviting me to cart ride into a femboy, dude? Get out of here, Logan! People, yeah, a lot of people moved to Die of Death. Die of Death is arguably worse in terms of stamina slot level. Here, I will start a video on this then. Yep, okay, I'll get my notepad out and I will scribble out a whole video idea for you. Yeah, Logan, get out of my DMs, dude. It would help if I could spell. Why can't I write this today? Ping is annoying. Yeah, unfortunately I play in Europe servers, so it's always not gonna be fantastic. There we go. Okay. video, like, title written down. I'll do the rest of it. What time are we on stream-wise? 3 hours. I might call it in a couple of minutes, I'm gonna be real. We might sort of end stream soon. Yeah, I mean, obviously I've got, like, Sunday stream. What are we wanting for Sunday? I'm thinking, Dead by Daylight, but I could do something else. Does anybody have any sort of input for Survival Sundays? I could check out Eternity if you wanted me to, actually. The game I sent you, I could do that as well. Obviously, I was gonna do, like, the Dead by Daylight new chapter, but, like, that's sort of gonna be there the entire time. I'm gonna wait until I get paid for that one, I think. But yeah, I'll look into some other bits and pieces. I got a little bit of, bits and pieces. For those that don't know, obviously, what I'm talking about, Survival Sunday. So the weekly stream schedule I have is Tuesdays is for a Roblox game called Trepidation, Wednesday is for Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 2, Thursdays is basically themeless, so it's whatever I feel like playing that day. I usually do a poll in the Discord to ask various people, you know, what they'd sort of like to see, but usually I ultimately make the decision. Fridays obviously is Forsaken, Saturdays tends to be Jackbox, we go for sort of party game vibes. Jackbox, for reference, is a party game pack. Well, they are party game packs. There's 10 of them that I own. They can all be played by viewers. The way that you join is you typically will go to the website and just input the code that I'm displaying on screen. So that's a fun one for anybody that sort of enjoys party games. It's comparable to Kahoot, but there's a lot more to it. Various sort of fill in the blanks and, you know, make sentences with random words and sort of draw this prompt. Loads of fun stuff in the sort of weekend streams. And then on Sundays we do survival games. So Dead by Daylight, Outlast Trials, anything survival. Can be Steam, can be Roblox, can be literally anything I fancy. Obviously, with me sort of straying away from, like, Forsaken and a lot of Roblox content, I've been doing a lot more Steam stuff, and it's been great. So if there's something you want to see, let me know. What's your opinion on the song? I have never heard that. Everything except Die of Death. Please do not mention Die of Death. I'm gonna make that a banned word at this rate. How do I send the game link? Do I DM it? Pop it in the VHive, my Discord server. There is a category called Nectar. It is basically a suggestion forum. Just drop it in there. I will have a look at it. I'll dig into it tonight on my MacBook. Is it, like, playable without a mouse? Or do I need a mouse? I suspect I'll probably do some pills. You don't need a mouse. Okay. See, a lot of people don't know this, but I bought myself a MacBook for Christmas. I'm a physically disabled person that has to be laying down for most of my day. I can only tend to sit for, as you'll notice, most of my streams tend to go from 3 to 5 hours. That's because usually that's the longest I can sit. Link it. Yeah, link me all the ASIMs, dude. I'm here for them. But yeah, recommend using a mouse. Can you do it on controller? I have a mouse for my MacBook, like a proper mouse, but like it's tiny and it doesn't really work on my bedsheets very well. But yeah, I'm a physically disabled person that I have to spend most of my hours laying down. I have a condition called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It means that as soon as I stand up, my heart rate goes to like 200 and I feel like I'm dying. Lovely disorder. Doesn't it sound like a joy? But over Christmas, I used my Christmas money to buy myself a MacBook. And that MacBook is now used for editing and other various bits for the channel that are not streaming. Whether it's research, writing scripts, or anything else that I can do from the comfort of my bed. I can play games and stuff like that. I've played a lot of various things. So it's great. Definitely a very viable investment that I made, and I'm very glad. Thoughts on Outcome Memories? Outcome Memories I can never play. I was never able to play it, and I will never be able to play it because they cancelled it, I'm pretty sure. Outcome Memories has flashing lights and fast rapid motion, and they do not have a photosensitivity mode. I have autism, autism spectrum disorder that comes with sensory issues, and unfortunately I cannot tolerate flashing lights or strobe lights. They sort of bug my brain out. It's as if someone's like turned my brain off. So unfortunately I've never been able to play Outcome Memories. If you're talking about Sonic EXE, the Disaster, I have played that one before. I have played TD before. TD was okay. I didn't mind it. Disable every visual setting. Yeah, I will go through the settings before I start playing. I usually turn my mapbook brightness down when I'm testing. Visual hitboxes are enabled by default. See, that's the same reason I don't have visual hitboxes in Forsaken. They like jump up and down. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They sort of jitter. So I haven't been able to play it. The Disaster I did play. I didn't mind it. I just didn't sort of like the way it flowed. It again didn't feel like there was anything to do other than stand around. At least it was more functional because the maps were really huge. The maps were massive. I didn't really like the size of the maps, but I suppose that's not the worst problem, but there was nothing that you were sort of doing other than quite literally just walking around in there. Wasn't really my cup of tea. I did like the spring mechanic though, I did like those. Only stood around in TD. It depends what you sort of played, really. Certain sort of characters, you would sort of just be there until, like, the Sonic guy would roll up to you. I'm not a fan of the Sonic franchise as well. Like, a lot of people are, like, really into it. A cream main, yeah, I was a cream main. And, is it Sally? But the other characters would instantly get nabbed up. That was something I struggled with. If I wanted to try anyone, I was out of luck because the second I wanted to play like a Sonic character, like if I wanted to play Sonic, Metal Sonic, like anyone like that, they would get instantly nabbed. The one who had shields, yeah, because the second, if I wanted to try like Amy or I wanted to try anyone like that, they would get taken before I could like do it. Like, same with, like, Knuckles and that. Like, everyone already, like, locked them in before I even got a chance. Played TD Returns, it's the only good TD game. Eclipsed had transphobic devs. Ew. What is it with people and being transphobic? Like, ew. Like, when you go join immediately, go to settings, disable every visual setting, I don't want you dancing on the floor. I'm not epileptic. People seem to think I'm epileptic. I'm not. I don't have seizures. I don't have seizures. What it is it's sort of as if my brain goes blank and I sort of just shut down. Like, I sort of just lose my ability to do anything. I just blank out. It's sort of like, you know when you're sort of like ill and you have like flu brain and you're like, yeah, it just blanks my brain. It's sort of like when you're really sick and you have that blank brain. That's how I get when I sort of experience flashing lights. I mean, I have a level of brain fog anyway. Obviously, keep in mind I have a chronic pain disorder, which overloads my brain normally. But to then have sensory issues stack on that, it is a blast. But no. Forsaken fun day. I'm joining you now. No worries. Is it like when you suddenly remember something embarrassing you did 3 years ago? Not necessarily, no, that's more like a physical cringe. This is sort of like, sometimes, like, when your mind goes blank and you just can't think, and you just kind of keep, like, stuttering. That's sort of how my life kind of goes. Accidentally unfriended. I unfriend everyone after stream. I don't have anyone added except for friends. Like IRL friends and stuff. So, or like people I know well. My joins are on for everyone though. If you're a console player, let me know and I can get my notebook out and write your name down again. It's the new footage of Eternity. Yeah, go for it. You can just join off my profile. An IRL friend. No, not necessarily IRL, but like proper friends, like outside of like games and stuff. Like, I only add people I know. You know what I mean, okay? Look, my painkillers are running out right now, Fidek. I'm gonna be real with you. My painkillers are running out, and do you remember that one clip I sent and it was like the fucking mountain in Italy and it was like, look at this beautiful mountain, don't mind the Polish tourist in the background, and it's a guy in the background and he's like, Kurwa! Like screaming it. That's how I feel right now. I'm waiting to clock over to 9 o'clock. Is it clocked over? No, I'm waiting for it to clock over to 10 so I can justify painkillers. I remember that. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. That should give you an accurate sort of understanding of my current mind. Update 9, it's probably at like 2 in the morning for me, I'm gonna be real. I ain't gonna be around until that update. Dude, yeah, 2 in the morning. It's 2 in the morning. Thoughts on Roblox stocks dropping $10 overnight? Good. Did anybody see, oh my god, did anybody see Twitter recently? If you search David Bazooki on Twitter, I don't know if it's still the same, but the other day it was. I sent it to the Beehive. I sent a picture in Chat Revive. And basically what happened the other day when you search David Bazooki on Twitter is everyone and their uncle's dog was cursing him. Like, bro had the fucking curse of Ra. Yeah! Bro had the curse of Ra! It was so funny. Like... it was to the point where I was like giggling. Okay, wait. Do I have a log of when I took pills? I should be able to take them now, right? Yeah, I should be. But they're from Half-Life. Egyptian hieroglyphics? That's an Elite Ball Moonlight reference. That's sarcasm, by the way. Also, I'm gonna server hop in a sec, I think, because we've been here for a while. I know I said I was gonna end stream, but if I get these painkillers down my neck, I'll be happy to keep going. I might, like, want to join in console, can I give you a username? Yes, you can give me a username. So what I want you to do is I want you to give me your username and send a request to my account. Send a friend request. I have my notebook here. I just came. Oh no, I'm hopping servers. Don't worry. I was going to leave originally, but I saw you come up and I was like, Fidak will cheer me up. I've already got 2 people's names on here, so if you just want to give me it, I can add it to my list. You missed earlier. I was ranting about stamina slop. Someone was like, oh. We were talking about like Forsaken and how bad like the sort of like lack of movement is. And I started listing all the ASIMs that have like movement. I went through like Texas Chainsaw, I went through Dead by Daylight, I went through like what else was there? I went through Friday the 13th, I went through like all the ASIMs. And I think everyone just tuned out at that time. Cause they were like, fuck is this yapper on about, bro? But let me get these pills down my neck before I do anything. Sure, can you give me the username you sent for a request from? If you can give me that username, I have like a bazillion friend requests at all times. I think I have over 500 right now. Skylander, okay. Skylander, like the old like games for like the Wii and stuff. That's pretty peak Elite Ball knowledge, to be honest. TJT, there you go. Who else have we got for console? Remember VHS. Didn't have stamina. See, yeah, but even games that have stamina have to have other forms of movement to make them viable. Great example is Friday the 13th had stamina, but they also had the windows you could go through and they had the doors that you could bolt. Okay, give me your username and, send a request over to mine. I'm allergic to lists. Stamina can work if it's just survivors. Yeah, I mean, but even then, it's sort of, you need more to it, really. Another great example of a game where there's no game where both survivor and killer have stamina and it's good. Fidek, May I Raise You? Texas Chainsaw Massacre. As far as I remember. Stamina didn't matter. You see, yeah, it didn't matter, but it still had stamina. The way that you put that said, if they have stamina, it's not good. The thing is, TCM isn't a good game. It's not terrible, though. I still think it has a level of viability better than something like Forsaken does. For unrelated reasons. Yeah, they killed it. Big fan also on console. Okay. Well, you know, I'm glad you're a big fan, and welcome in. If you're on console and you want to join, you're gonna have to give me a username and send a friend request to my account. I have my notebook on my knee now. Loads of console players are around today. I'm not usually sort of having to write the names down all the time, but I seem to be today. I write names down. PTSD of DMs, please. Okay, that was just really scary though. TCM had potential, but the devs were making it a cash grab. True. Actually, it was actually really sort of cash grabby. Do we not remember the fact that they locked like half the survivors behind like paywalls and stuff? Like, ouchie. Fidek, I have an interesting video idea. I have an interesting video idea that I'm working on. Do you want to perhaps pitch in? I think you'll like it. Shoot. Okay, so what I'm looking at is I want to do a breakdown. A big breakdown video on the stamina slop epidemic. You know how all those drama YouTubers will do like info videos on like, what is this incident? Why did it occur? I think I should do a big one on the stamina slop epidemic. What it is, why it like happens. Stuff like that. I think it would be very interesting. Obviously, especially with that sort of knowledge that I have of like ASIMs. I have elite ball knowledge, y'all just wouldn't get it. What do you say, Sebs? Potential man syndrome. Honestly true. Let's talk stamina slop epidemic. I will do an informative video, trust. Sorry, you can hear my voice is getting croaky. Give you my username, even though I don't play Forsaken a lot. Okay, so the reason that people are giving me usernames at the moment, I will explain this really quickly. I don't add people as friends. The reason people are adding me at the moment is because they're on console. Console players can't just join when my joins are on for everyone. If you're not on console, you don't need to add me. I'm writing their names down. I have a notebook. If you want a photo of the notebook, I will send you a photo of the notebook in front of the stream screen. But I will be unadding them as soon as the stream ends. You can probably check my friends list tomorrow and they won't be there. Oh. Matesta? That's nice. What for? Which kind of game? Oh, hello, welcome in. New person joined us. Yippee! Can you join? Yeah, if you're on, private or very small public, very small public. If you go to the top of the screen, there's a white box. You can just put my username into Roblox and you should be able to join. You don't have to add me or anything. Thank you for adding on my console main. You're fine, don't worry about it. I have the list. I dated this one today. I have, Stacy's username on here from before. That's funny. Add you since I'm on console, there's no follow. Yeah, okay, if you want to drop me your username and send a request to my account, I can write you down on here. I've been writing down console names all day. I do that for most streams. The way I do it is I have a notebook. It's, I got this from Asda for like £1. I write names down and then that means I can get, I can go through and as soon as I sort of end stream, I can just tick everyone off and add one by one. Really easy system. Works for me. ADHD brain. I would forget if I didn't write it all down. Pursuer, do you have the full username for it? I have like 10 requests from people called Pursuer. I'm gonna be real. Honestly, you should see like, I have like 500 or more friend requests right now. Which is insane to think, because I'm not necessarily a big content creator, but for some reason I've got bazillion requests. Everyone is trying to add me right now. Okay, thank you. I will grab that in a moment. As soon as I'm done with this round, or if I die or anything like that. What the hell was that? Ew. Sorry, my stream just, like, died for a sec. The fact that there's, like, the way that people, like, crash out over 6-7 does make me giggle, I gotta say. I apologize if we're sort of having any, like, latency issues. I'm not seeing any issues. I don't know, my internet might have kicked off for a sec there. We had the power off earlier, so the internet might not be exactly perfect. We've been sort of tweaking things down in my house. Things be messing. Things be goofing. Life be damned. Yeah, give it a refresh if your stream is having a meltdown. I went to go and look for the Wi-Fi symbol and then I remembered I'm on an Ethernet. Great job. Oh, look at the Marvel Rivals stuff. Those are cute. Bucky main on Marvel Rivals. I haven't played it in ages. I was playing it when it was like season 0. Is it season 0? Yeah, it was season 0, right? It was season 0, and I sort of haven't played it in a long time. Maybe I'll delve into it again sometime. I used to sort of play support because no one else would bloody play it, and it was pissing me off so much I sort of got into it. To be fair, I tend to play support characters anyway, but Deadpool's out. I didn't even know they were adding Deadpool. I think I maybe heard about it on TikTok. But honestly, I haven't played the game since, like, before, like, the Fantastic Four came in. I remember the Fantastic Four being in the game briefly. Like, there was only 2 of them in the game. But that's sort of, like, the last thing I remember. Since then, I sort of haven't really been on it. Right, let me have a look at the friend list. Oh, my pen just fell to pieces. Another 1x rework, do you want it early? I mean, sure, why not? I was actually discussing recently, we were discussing it earlier today, how we believe, we were talking about how 1x in a current state is, they just aren't viable to use. And we were talking about how hopefully the rework will do something. I'm not seeing this account, by the way. Did you send a request? Did I say that already? Sorry, I'm on a... Oh. Why is OBS having a meltdown? That's odd, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It keeps sort of kicking me off. I might sort of try something. See what that does for me. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I'm lagging right now. Ew. That's weird, isn't it? Let me go and troubleshoot. My internet shouldn't be. I never have trouble. Yeah, no, my router's on. It's right next to my desk. Okay, what can we pull out to have a look at? MacBook. Get my MacBook out. Let's have a look. I'm here. I'm over here. Right, let's have a look. Trying to pull the MacBook out and double check while he's going on. Bunny chewing cables. No, no, it's not the bun buttons. No, that'd be my mum's Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi would be fine. The bun buns. What? One dev got. What do you mean one dev got fired? Did I miss something? Said a whole voice line. Yeah, I did see that. I think I seen that one on TikTok though. Weird. My avatar from the Battle Brick. I don't know anything about the Battle Bricks. T-Bot with a headset on? Oh, that's cool. Recommend the game. Honestly, I'm like piled up with stuff to look at right now. Everyone's like, oh. What was I gonna say? Skin Battalion Death and Forsaken if you beat chapter 4 in the Battle Bricks. Oh, interesting. See, sorry, I'm sort of trying to troubleshoot at the moment with, like, the internet thing, like, happening. It's very strange. It sort of kicks off and then straight back on, and it is a little bit of an odd one. I'm not sure as of right now, but it seems like it's not going to go down or anything. Like, my internet's fine, so it shouldn't really sort of have an issue. So video of eternity? I'll have a look later on. Should I ban you? What kind of statement is that? That's kind of crazy. What survivor should you equip? Honestly, play whatever you like. I've been leveling Dusakar recently, but honestly, it's up to you. I would play Mata 1X. Fair enough. I just goof around with whatever I feel like playing. Do you like Forsaken? I mean, Forsaken, obviously I stepped away from the content because of the massive different issues with the game. I talked about it earlier. I don't feel like repeating it really, but there's some sort of balancing issue galore with the game. I've tried to sort of ask a couple people if they, like, a couple of, like, Forsaken devs if they'd, like, sort of, want to discuss, like, that sort of stuff so I could put it in, like, a video format or something, but, you know, people weren't really into it, so... Nobody's really wanting to do it, so it's fine. I'm just, like, all good. But, yeah. Maybe run a connection check. My connection's fine, though. It's, like, anything sort of other than, like... stream is fine. I don't know what whether it's OBS maybe having a little bit of a fit. It doesn't go down for more than a couple seconds though, so it's not really gonna cause me any issues. Let me go say hi to a bunch of people that joined the V-Hive. I forgot to do this earlier. Who else have we got?
Transmission received.
One more person. That's just a UID. Let me see if I can copy it. Bop. Bop. Do. Hello. I don't know if the Christmas event is leaving this update. I have no idea, sorry. I'm not, like, affiliated with the devs or anything to know anything special. I have no clue. Yo, what's up? Hi, welcome in, welcome in. Sorry, I was just sort of welcoming... There's a couple of new people in my Discord. I wanted to go say hi. You always gotta go say hi, you know? It's important. I like it when we get new people. Fellow yappers, I hope. Are you in an EU server? Yeah, I'm always in EU. I don't remember when the last time I hopped is. I could probably shuffle. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. Yappers on top. I love it. That's what my entire Discord is. It's just yappers. We all yap. We have this Discord bot at the moment that lets you like phone other servers and talk to random people. And it's really funny to sort of like rage bait people on it. I literally pick up the phone and I'm like, hi stinkies, and then everyone sort of like crashes out. It's so funny for no reason. Like, why are you so mad, bro? Feeling good today? Awesome! I'm glad, I'm glad. Hello lads, hi, welcome in. Yappers on top for real. How am I? I'm good, I'm okay. I've just taken painkillers, so I probably seem a lot better than I was a couple of minutes ago. For those that don't have the context, basically I had a dental procedure through Wednesday, Thursday. It was like a 2-hour or more procedure, but my face is still sort of like swollen up, but you know, I'm dosed on painkillers and caffeine and I'm praying that it goes away soon. Today is going great. Dandy's World got an optimization update. Got a rework, played him, saw the new maps, feeling fine. I don't know anything about Dandy's World, I'm gonna be real, but that sounds fun. Dumb question, but what's your user? My username is in the white box at the top. It should at least be in there. If one of my mods is in there, they'll probably post the link. It's just decision. It's nothing complex, nothing strange. I'm gonna put a timer on. You guys do not let me forget. We'll do 10. Okay, now what happens, right, is I put a timer on my watch for, sort of, like, shuffling servers, but then I have to put my heart monitor back on the screen, so I sort of forget that the timer's there. And then I'll just dismiss it and I'll forget to hop servers. Dead by Daylight doors in the back rooms. Yeah, from what I remember, it's PvE and it's sort of really boring. I don't know too much about it. I think I tried it once on a game night. And it was sort of so, like, repetitive and kind of drab that I was like, no thanks. Don't know why Forsaken is so unoptimized. I have no idea either. I sort of would love to sort of know, but maybe one day, maybe one day. I have a question, by the way. May you perhaps try my game? Feel 100% free to say no. Honestly, it depends what it is. Obviously, this stream won't be for, like, anything other than Forsaken stuff, but I have, a suggestion forum in my Discord, and I'm gonna be trying out some other games tonight off stream, as well as sort of, like, scripting. I have a physical disability, so, I can only sit and stream for a couple of hours before I have to go and lay down. But I just bought myself a MacBook for Christmas, so I can now sort of do these, like, testing things from my bed when I'm laying down. So if you want to send it in the Discord suggestion forum, I will take a look through there tonight and sort of go and test everything out in there and see what I sort of want to do. Rarest skin. A lot of people said that my classic Jack Frost was pretty rare. I don't know. I have a couple. People are always surprised I have the narrator Nolly. I guess I also have the Isaac Chance people act like surprised about, and I have the Soy G guest that people always like to see. I also have the other guest, the burnt one. I have burnt guest, and I have someone asked about milestones, by the way. The only milestone I have is Elliot. But yeah. I have the egg Builderman as well. I just like the goofy Builderman skins. I'm gonna be real. I'm so mad they changed this. I liked my minimalism. Narrator Nolly is a peak skin. Honestly, a lot of people are like, oh, I hate the grind. I didn't do it. I just kind of have it. Oh, someone else joined. Wait, let me go say hi to them. Quickly. I got a speed run. There we go. Oh, that's me? Well, welcome in. I always like to go say hi to people in the Discord. It's like, it's important because it's sort of like my little yap corner of the internet. But it's also like, obviously I made my channel and my, like, everything and my Discord stuff to sort of have a safe space for people like me. Obviously being like an autistic person that has like a fixation on horror games, I wanted to create a sort of like space where like neurodivergent people are sort of like welcome to be as crazy about things as they want to be without sort of like judgment. And that's sort of what my channel on my Discord is. It's a little quiet in there sometimes, but I think that's nice. It's just a skin because it's a maid. Get out of here, Flydeck. We're sending you to the mines. We're gonna send you to the mines. You're gonna dig straight down and you're gonna go like head first into Herobrine, bro. Oh man, I feel old. Can you believe it, guys? My 21st birthday's in a couple months. Man, it feels like yesterday that I turned 18, I'm gonna be real. Like, dude. It's all been the same since I turned 18. And it's just been downhill from there. Oh man, my bones hurt. You get to my age, and your bones, they just start to creak. You get to my age. I love saying shit like that, dude. It's funny, because like, everyone calls me Unk, and then when I say shit like that, they get mad. Rage bait is a great hobby. I encourage everybody to get into rage bait. Only when it's fun though. If you start to like actually make someone upset, that's when you're drawing a line. But just like making people roll their eyes is funny. Favorite chase theme? A lot of people sort of seem to think that like, sorry, I just lisped the hell out of that. A lot of people seem to think that I'm sort of into chase themes, but I'm not actually one of those people that really like enjoys chase themes or anything like that. I'm not really sort of a theme kind of person. So, I'm not like a game music person. I think the only game soundtrack I can kind of like listen to without sort of like disliking it is, I'd have to give it to the Stardew Valley track. It's probably one of the only like sets of music I can listen to from a game. I just can't do like OSTs. They're just not my sort of jam. I get it, it's just a question. No, you're fine, you're fine. It's just oftentimes when I say that I don't like songs, I get like absolutely shredded. Cause like I listen to like rock music and stuff, but because I listen to actual music and not like OSTs, it's people like have me shot dead, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I listen to what sounds nice and stuff like that. If it tickles my brain, I like it. I say with my Vocaloid playlist in one hand. What's my playtime? It's probably about 11 days. I've been here since like December 24, but obviously I have a disability. I can't sit for more than a couple hours at a time. I'm already sort of pushing myself here. You'll notice the stream's been up for about 3 hours and 40 minutes. I'm already at like the sort of lower end of my limit. I have two conditions. One's called postural static tachycardia syndrome, and the other one is called fibromyalgia. That is a nerve pain disorder, and that hurts like shit. I'm also 16, my bones hurt already. Me too, twin. I'm 20, nearly 21, and my bones have been aching since I was about 14, bro. Yeah, playtime. There you go. My stats are only hidden because people sort of start like clowning on me. I don't care, like... Sure, my stats aren't great, but like... That's because I don't play to sort of win. I play to have fun. I've never understood it. When people solely play to win, I don't know how they have fun, because like, I'm just here for a good time. I'm here to goof. I'm a goofball at heart, nothing more, nothing less. Do you know what? It's gambling time. I'm gonna hit the slot. I don't know what skin I equipped. Whoopsies. Played for a second during my summer break and got 3 milestones. Oh, goodness, I couldn't. See, I think not having a summer break doesn't, like... I suppose it means I don't really get up to nothing like that. But was play, would it be concerning if I joined when TAF was added and have like 24 days? Nah, it's entirely sort of up to you as to what's like your like availability and like ability to sort of like sit and play something. I obviously play a lot outside of Roblox, so I find that I necessarily don't sort of have like loads of time to spend on Forsaken. And the time that I do sort of spend isn't much because of my illness. Forsaken isn't one of those games that I can really play for too long. I get bored really quickly. Especially with the way some people used to behave in the chats and stuff. That was a big sort of deterrent for me. My gun blew up and I'm mad about it. Kind of collect skins. You see, that's fair. Right? That's like fair. I'm... Sorry. My throat bad. Everything's bad at the minute. My jaw hurts like shit. For those that don't know, I had dental surgery done Wednesday, Thursday, and I currently have a golf ball sized lump on my face. But it's a lot better than the pain I was in before this like procedure, so it's a win really. But like, owie. I'm dosed to the nines on painkillers. Ah, 10-minute timer. We will solo hop after this round ends then. There we go. And then we'll probably sort of call it a day soonish, because I am getting tired. Really want Narrator Nolly, I'm a huge TDS fan. I have the Narrator Nolly skin, do you want to sort of like see it? I can play it if you want me to. I don't mind sort of like showing things off. A lot of people will be like, oh, I really want to see this, I want to see that, and I'm like, twin, if I have it, I'll show you it. I don't mind. I'm just here to goof, like, see it often, fair enough, yeah, I've seen it quite a lot. Let's get some, get some Santa gameplay. I had the snowman skin. The homeless skin. Level 150 in TDS. I've never played TDS, I'm gonna be honest. I've never played it. Should we walk around as Builderman with the bloody tree outfit? That'd be quite funny. Yeah, that sounds pretty peak. Narita Noli is one of the best skins. I used that for the thumbnail though today, I think. I think it's part of the thumbnail on YouTube. Honestly, I never remember. I'm like, oh, let's pick a random skin and a random character and let's put that in the thumbnail this week. Look, I'm not an artist. I can't do thumbnails, dude. I'm a yapper. That's my one talent. But yeah, I got so many video ideas that I need to do. Honestly, if my jaw's like healed up tomorrow enough to sort of like sit and speak, like more than I can at the minute, you'll probably notice that my mouth isn't moving as much as usual for those that sort of like know me. If I can tomorrow, I'm gonna record my trepidation guide. Trepidation's a 1v9 ASIM for anyone, you know, being nosy. Other than that, tomorrow is Jackbox stream. Jackbox stream is probably... Yeah, Jackbox stream will be about 12 my time, like lunchtime. So it'll be early in the morning for the America sort of like time zone. Yeah, because it's 5 hours behind, it'd be about 7 AM. But we'll be going for a couple hours, so. Tree, yeah, I'm a tree. Can you help me get narrate Anoli in a future video? I'm gonna be so honest with you, I've never played TDS, I wouldn't know what to do, but I could probably try. It depends what you have to do in TDS, like, well, it's a tower defense, right? I'm gonna be honest, the only tower defense I have experience on, and you're gonna call me old for this, you're gonna call me an unk, and you're gonna laugh at me, but my only tower defense experience is, System Defender. System Defender from Club Penguin in the 2010s. That is my only tower defense experience. So, do with that what you will, I suppose. But, yeah, that's sort of how, I've been with that, so, yeah. Interesting. I can try, but obviously I can't say that I'd sort of be good at it. I think my day off from streaming is Monday, so if you wanna, like, join the Discord and message me on Monday and ask me to help you, I can try. I don't know, I've never played the game before. Hi, welcome in, by the way. Favorite killer skin? When we get back to lobby, remind me, and I'll run you through my inventory and I'll show you all the ones that I like. Sorry, I know my voice is messy at the minute. My face hurts like crazy. But yeah, I sort of, yeah, if somebody else like wants to help you, they're more than welcome to. I've never played the game before, I won't be any good at it, I can promise you that. Beyond punk, I'm gonna take that in a cool way, because that sounds pretty cool. Oh, old. Yeah, I am beyond old, I'm gonna be real. Punk, perhaps cyber? Whoa. But yeah, I will run you sort of through the inventory stuff. What time are we on? Just at 12:30. No, not 12. 10:30. I can read. Oh man, you can tell I'm tired. But yeah, we'll probably stick here for another sort of half hour. And then I'll sort of call it a night, I think, at 11. Chinchilla? Chinchilla's crazy! Bro, that's not a chinchilla, dude. You're fine. That made me giggle. It's a bunny. It is a bunny. I don't know how we would, I don't know how we'd feel about being called a chinchilla. I'll have to ask. The tree's dead. I've been chopped down, bro. Oh no. Right, let's have a look. Media channel's going crazy. There's like a bazillion forums in here. Have a look. Made it in 2019. Real. I changed my user many times as a kid. Maybe it's a hippo. It is. He certainly thinks he's a hippo, I'm gonna be real. Look at it. Look at that creature, bro. The bee feature is sick. It's so cool. I really love it. It's, you know, it's sort of like, obviously sort of being a smaller, like, streamer, I kind of have been learning over time how to do, like, setup stuff. But, oh, favorite kill skin. Yes, thank you, thank you. I learnt about that a bit ago. It was great. Okay, here we go. Killer skins. Yeah, so the meta one is really nice on Noli, but I also like the Robert one. Nosferatu, I don't have any... When did the Gluttony one drop? I didn't know that was a thing. Oh well. Sixer, I like the Sakura and the Gas 333. 1X, I have the Jack Frost skins, and the Pincussion's also nice. I don't know why I have Legacy Milestone 1. That's just there. Cool Kid, I like the Pajama Kid, and I like the Cookie Kid. And I guess the Cool Kid as well. Those are probably the good three from there. I had the scene called the Horseman and the Stitch Hair from here. Who did I miss? Though I have the Santa skin. Screamer's pretty fun, but I like the Santa one. I'm just a tree, guys. But yeah, I'm getting old. Put this over here. I've got enough for us, it's getting a redesign. Yeah, I did see that earlier. Started playing since the Noli update? Oh goodness. That feels like it was a while ago now though. I'm gonna be real, like, I'm feeling old. Staring into my soul. Yeah, he does that. As many M4 killers as survivors. Oh my god, I could not. I can't be bothered with the M4 stuff. I'm like... I just don't have the time for it, to be fair. I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, and I don't have, like, the ability to sit for more than, like, 4 or 5 hours, so realistically I wouldn't be able to do it. But you see, that sort of, obviously, like, being disabled and not being able to sort of, like, sit up for too long, is actually a very sort of key point for me as to, why I have such a strong opinion on the winter and Halloween events. You might have heard me say it a couple of times. But, basically, they're really unfriendly to casual players, people who have, like, lives, like work or school or anything like that, people who sort of have various commitments, or people who have disabilities like me. I had such a horrible time trying to get Nosferatu that it genuinely made me sort of rethink, this as a content source as a whole, which is why I stepped very far away from sort of Forsaken content yet. So I've stepped away a lot from, like, video stuff. I'm doing a lot more of, like, other things that I enjoy now because I kept up with Forsaken content too much because it's what other people wanted from me rather than what I wanted. So now I've sort of moved to other bits and pieces. I have, Christmas is just collecting simulator. It is, but obviously, so I did a 2-hour stream for the Nosferatu grind where I collected about 300 candy in the entire 2-hour stream. So to get Nosferatu, it was 3,500 candy. So if you do the math from that, it is going to be about, like, 20 plus hours to get Nosferatu, which, to casual players, or players who, like, struggle with, like, stuff like that, it's gonna be unfair. Like, no matter how you sort of put it. Looks like a chinchilla. I think that's only when you're like close to his face, I'm gonna be real. Let me find you a better photo. I just have a lot of shots of him close up because he's funny like that. There. Might join your Discord to show the resemblance. Yeah, I mean, honestly, to be fair, we post pictures of the bunnies all the time. That's like top 5 like all-time things we put in the Discord. It's mostly just bunny posting. We love it. We love bunnies. Who could hate though? I mean, look at the fat things. They're just, to be fair, they're 90% fluff. I have loads of videos of like, you can see sort of like how deep their fur is. They're like really thick fluff. They're just fluff balls. I remember my mum sort of like, took the couch out the other day. Like the couch in the living room. She pulled it out because they like to hang out behind there. And there was just a big fur ball. Just a big bunny fur ball. One of 1v1. I'm not really a 1v1 type. I don't play the game seriously. That's not very nice. That was my machine. I have 14 days. I don't play it seriously, I'm gonna be real. I've been playing since December 24 and I have 11 days. So do with that what you will, I suppose. I didn't deserve to be murdered. My poor machine. Right, what time is it? 33. I'll do another round or two, and then I'm gonna start planning this video that I was talking about earlier. December 24th, yeah, I did, my first sort of video. In December 24th. It's on the sort of channel. Yeah, I have a big to-do list here. For tonight. Okay. Yeah, let's see what out of that I can do. Do a few rounds. You're welcome to do a few more rounds. I'm gonna end stream soon. But as of right now, you can come and join. My joins are on. I'm probably gonna server hop at the minute. I didn't mean to join the game. Let me server hoppers real quickly, and then I will... right, last server hop of the night, we'll do a couple games, and then I'm gonna call it a night, because I am very tired. And... yeah, as I was saying, I am very tired, and I am very much in pain, so I am going to do a couple more rounds, and then we'll call it a night. Right, there we go. New server, joins are on. Europe. Hearing V say 1x, 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 1. Yeah. People sort of tweaked out over that. That was a whole thing. People are like surprised that I could just do it like that. 1x, 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 1. Like, apparently that's really difficult to do. I don't know, I found it really easy. It's ADHD brain. People don't realize that like my brain goes like 100 miles an hour. I'm zooming around. Try to join your position in line 6. Yeah, keep in mind there's a Roblox bug at the minute that makes it look like you're in like position 100. There's not even a full server here yet. You're bugged, twin. There shouldn't be that many people here. To mimic a fraction of my ADHD power, my ADHD is medicated and I'm still crazy. But yeah, no, I don't usually have many viewers, so... It was very clear from the get-go that there's been a Roblox bug for the past, like... I think it's been about 6 months now that the queue's been buggy. But, like, I don't have, like, enough viewers. People will come in and they'll be like, the position in queue is 23! And I'm like... Dude, I don't even have 23 viewers. Where did they come from? They didn't. It's a Roblox bug. Like, I don't have that many viewers. I usually get about 5. We get mad if I bully you with guest. I'm probably not. Oh. I was gonna say I'm probably not gonna get a kill around, but maybe I am, you know? Hi, welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the tail end of the stream. Oh, I haven't played Doe in a hot minute. Oh, I'm glad they changed that. What is going on today? There's too many sentinels. Get out. Stinkinels. Guest isn't even a sentinel though. Guest is literally a survivalist, so. You get a smack, and you get a smack. Or, I don't get to smack you, actually. Nolly deserves better. Nolly's one of the stronger killers, let's be real. Fidek, you missed it. Someone earlier was asking, like, why 1x is so strong. You would have had a field day, dude. Milestones? Oh yeah, fair point then. That worked. Oh, I thought it was out of the range there. Nolly's on the weaker side. Nolly's definitely stronger than, like, 1x. 1x is actually so weak, it's insane. One X is the worst killer right now. Thankfully, somebody actually understands. I have so many people coming in being like, oh my god, 1X is so strong. And I have to be like, dude, are we playing the same character here? 1X is not the worst color. Yes, they are, Twin. I don't know if you've ever, like, I mean, you could watch the video if you want. It's up on the channel still. I don't 1v1. I don't want to 1v1. I don't take the game that seriously. But there's a whole video on the channel if you want to go and watch about 1x being weak. I justify it with clips. I show you all the stats. It's a solid video, dude. I do my research. Well, I did. I stepped away from Forsaken content. I'm an ASIM enthusiast. Of course I sort of, like, know this, bro. I don't do 1v1s, dude. I don't take the game seriously. Especially at the minute when I'm in pain. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, my goat is not washed. Your goat is washed, bro. Your goat is so far washed. Your goat is squeaky clean, bro. But yeah, no. I don't do 1v1s. Like, honestly, I hate to say it, but, like, please just take no for an answer. Like, shinier than Mr. Clean's head. On God, bro. Batman falls to his knees, .gif. You see now Batman gifs? I'm that, if you ever seen the Batman wheelchair gif, that's me. That's me, bro. That's me in my wheelchair, bro. That's me doing flips and shit. Anything but nollie milestones. Is there just me that thinks 1x doesn't need his rework? I probably, yeah. 1x is like weak as hell. How do you join? My username is pinned at the top on both platforms. On YouTube it's a white box. On Twitch it's a grey box. Although I'm gonna be real. Everyone's like, oh, finally the rework's gonna fix the 1x problem and how 1x is the weakest killer in the game. Even then, I don't think the rework is gonna do much. I think he's still gonna be shit. I don't think the rework can save him. I think we need something completely different. Like, mass infection. Mass infection probably will be at least, like, viable. I suspect that, like, entanglement is not gonna be any better. I suspect... I don't know. Honestly, how do I get a little bean at the bottom? The bees? If you're talking about the bees, you get one when you chat. You can change the color of them if you want to change the colors. I can give you the command. It's, exclamation mark avatar, and then it's whatever color you want, followed by a number, 1 to 5. 5 is darkest, 1 is lightest, so you'll do, like, red 5, no space. So, like, avatar red 5, no space. And then, or you can do, like, avatar blue 5, avatar magenta 3. Yeah, you can't, like, list them in the chat, but there is, I think there's purple, I think there's orange. Yeah, you want to put a space between avatar and the color, but you don't want to put a space between the number and the color. So if you go through those, it should set them. Obviously keep in mind stream has a little bit of latency, but, it will sort of eventually configure them. I have the full list in, it's in the Discord server, the full list, but I can probably go and copy and paste it. There is also, like, light blue, dark blue, I think. There's a couple of them. I'll go grab it in a sec. Unless, like, Fidex there or someone. It's in stream announcements if you scroll up a little bit. Can I get away with hiding up here? Here, let me see if I can build this while I go and scroll for it. I'll go find it. I'm going. Speedrun. Shit. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna die in a sec. I'll grab it then. Yeah, there we go. Right, okay, I got it. We're looking for hive mind, we're looking for... Scroll. I need to put it in a better place than hive mind. I'm gonna be real, I need somewhere to pin it. I'm gonna make an FAQ channel, I think. Here we go. Copy text. I'll put it on the YouTube side. If it doesn't come through to the... I'll put it in the Twitch side a bit later. There you go. There's your available colors, so you can do those and then your number. Can't join, can you add? If you're on console, then I can add you. Yeah, I have a notepad. Hold on, where's my notebook? Even if you're not on console, I mean, if you're having that much trouble, just add. I have a notebook to write people down to remove, so yeah, whatever. Give me a name. Give me a name and send a request to my account. My username is in the top, you just have to join. You just open my Roblox profile and join. If it's saying that I'm not online, Roblox is bugging, you need to give it a refresh. Yeah, there's no rainbow. But yeah, there's like different colors and stuff. You can mess with those if you'd like. You can also, actually here, do you guys want one of these? Let me set one of this up for you. Make sure to read what it says so that you can join. If I do that, it should let you... Here you go. Mr. Okay, right, I will do that. Okay, let me go to my connections page. Why they named it that, I'll never know. Did you send a request? I'm not seeing you here. Timer for what boss battle? If you read what the bot said in the chat, or well, what I technically said. You can join the boss battle. If no one wants to join it, then I'll just cancel it. Yeah, so you do join exclamation mark on whatever class you want. I might have to restart it if you guys want to join it, because I think you all missed out on the timer. Yeah, literally just Icy got it. Can't join. It's fine. We'll try again. Can I restart it? No, I can't restart it. Oh well. I guess a bunch of bots and Icy can fight. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing this username on here, by the way. Yeah, I'm not seeing you in my request section for the Mr. whatever account it was. Yeah, did you send a request through? I'm looking at my connection page and I'm not seeing you here. Hello, can you go bold? Do you know what? I'll go bold for £2. Can you say your user? It's in the white pin at the top. It's just decision. It's nothing complex. Here, actually, you know what? Even easier. There you go. Hi, welcome in. Welcome to the tail end of the stream. My heart rate is actually quite low at the moment. That's good. Do you think I have money to my name? Yeah. Yeah, you bum. My user is Mine Among Us. £3 if you be bold the whole stream. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it! I go bold for 5 minutes for money. I actually, if I know on Twitch, if you're eligible to take donos, you can actually set up like redeem things. Can I add, if you're on console, yeah, I can add you. I have my notebook here to write names down so I can unadd them. Do you know Icy Roth? No, Icy Roth is someone in the chat. My username is at the top in the white box decision. I sent the link as well. The bot sent the link to my Roblox profile directly. Just go click it. Twin, just click it, please. Get this to go. It's decision. I told you many times. It's decision. It's like DCSION. It's there on the screen. Twin, it's right in front of you. It's in the chat. The bot posted it. It's in the pin. I don't know what more you want me to say. I don't know. Like, come on. At this point, you've got to be pulling my leg, right? Century reveal. Streaming on another platform. Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube as well. I do cross stream because my Twitch is tiny. I don't know if you've noticed. If I sort of yeah, I do like videos and stuff as well on YouTube, but like I've been busy at the moment. Obviously I'm still recovering at the minute, so do me a favor and do a generator onto under 1 hour on console. I don't think there's a gen in this match, but I'll pull my controller out and do it next round. I can do them. I have a controller. I usually just don't use it. Can I spell it? I spelt it before, but yeah, it's DCSION. Pretty simple, pretty easy. If you want me to put it on the screen, I'll figure out how to put text on OBS if you really want it in big capital letters. Please do. If I knew how to put text on OBS, I would. 143 damage with a sentry? That's gotta be a new record. Can you add me? I'm on PC. You don't need to be added, Twin. This is rage bait, right? This is rage bait at this point. Like, there's no way. Help my father fix a TV remote. I could never. At that point, I'd just buy a new one. How much health have you healed with a dispenser? Oh god, I don't even remember. I don't remember these things. Anyway, someone wanted me to do a controller gen. I'll do it. I've done it before, I'll do it again. It's painful, but it is what it is, isn't it? Like 20 minutes, yeah. I'm gonna be ending stream soon anyway. May as well sort of give the people what they want. But yeah. We're pushing 11 p.m, that's all, so I'm probably gonna do like a round or two more, and then I'm gonna head off and get working on some other bits and pieces. I got, what do you call it? I got 2 video ideas. Can you spell it slowly? It is DCSION. Twin, here, wait. Do you know what? Just here. Hang on. There. Decision. What time zone am I in that it's 11 p.m? I'm in the UK. I'm British, if you couldn't tell by the accent. Right, let me find Jen. One of your bunnies? I don't know. My bunnies are only 2. They're 2 years old now. They, they're friendly. They came from a breeder. It's possible maybe that, like, your, like, aunt's one had a similar sort of genetic makeup. You didn't say full user? I did. That is my full username. It's a 6-letter. Twin! Why am I clip farming? Because I need to pay my bills. Please. Please, Jasper, I need this. I need to find the last gen. I don't know where it is, bro. Where is it? Your dog? Oh, I'm sorry to hear about it. What is your brown bunny? Okay, so brown bunny, she's something called a Harlequin coat, I believe. So, that's what they call it. His name was Oreo, he was a husky. Oh, poor baby. If you think about though, he's probably in a better place, right? Like, you don't want him to be in pain. So, you just gotta think of it on the plus side, right? Can't target Bidoof with bones. Oh man. Live to 8? Oh, that's good though. It's a long time. I got these idiots that are 2 at the moment, the ones above me. They're basically dogs the way they hop on the couch and shit. Don't know my user? Here, twin. There, I told you, it's literally 6 letters. See? You're killing Bidoof? Hell yeah. Killer is laggy. I sort of noticed they were sort of really a little funky. Yeah. Technically. So you can just walk into a corner store and get Mars bars? What's wrong with Mars bars? Like, the chocolate bars? Yeah, what's wrong with those? A peak. Say your user. How many times do you want me to repeat my user, twin? Nothing, they're delicious. True. Truth nuke. Hi, I'm new. Hi, welcome in. You catching the tail end here. We're probably about to end after this round, I'm gonna be real. Let's go out in style, right? What can we do? Let's get some skateboard. Hello, new, I'm French toast. Defeated Bidoof, congrats. My user's decision. I don't know what more you want me to say, twin. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. If you can't get my username after all the various methods I've used, I don't know what you want me to say. Spell it? I actually can't spell, I'm afraid. Shame, I know. Right, off we go. Saw a live stream of an AI. What? At that age you can't spell is kind of sad. Yeah, I know, man. I'm just kind of struggling, man. I don't know how to spell, dude. I'm fighting demons, man. I'm getting old, you know? Dementia or whatever. Listen to this chase. Sure, give me a sec. Let me put some more of these up. Am I real? Don't know. Say your user- Twin, I sent a link in the chat and you just completely ignored it. You're rage baiting. Get out of here. Can you send me your user? Actually, can I get your user, please? Can I have your username? Can you spell your username for me, please? I'd really appreciate it if you could, like, spell it. How do you spell that? Sorry, I don't know how to spell that one, Twin. The electric. I'm not dyslexic, if that's what you're saying. No, I'm not dyslexic. This guy's just trying to wind me up and I'm just sort of goofing around with it. I ain't that bothered, like, people seem to think that, like, I get angry all the time. Like, nah, I ain't an angry person, really. I'm in position 9. We're gonna end game after this round, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, no. I am autistic though, if that wasn't obvious. I'm on the spectrum, and I have ADHD. But yeah. I think John Doe is chasing you? Really? Who? Who's that? John Doe? Never heard of him. On our home TV? The fact you would risk putting me on the TV is wild. What the hell? Why is there so many people here the second I'm ending stream? Dude. You guys... Man, that's sad. I'm like, oh, it's been a really, like, quiet stream all day. I've had, like, maybe, like, a couple viewers. And this second I'm ending stream, everyone shows up. That's sad. Don't end stream. I've been here for, like, 4 hours, and I had dental surgery yesterday, so I'm in pain right now. I gotta go to bed, dude. It's 11 p.m. I'll win for you. Please do, Twin. I died. Nah, you're good, you're good. I usually stream, like, until 11 p.m. my time. But, I'm gonna stream earlier tomorrow. I'm doing Jackbox at, what do you call it? 12 p.m. lunchtime my time, so, 7 a.m. EST. Well, I'm heading out, toodles. No worries! Thanks for showing up anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. And my bones hurt. I think I'm autistic too. I mean, yeah, you can go through the diagnosis process. I went through the adult diagnostic process because they wouldn't let me go through the kids diagnosis because they said I was just attention seeking and I was just being quirky. And then I got diagnosed with autism and they were like, oh, whoops. Oops. Yeah, maybe you were autistic. You fucking think? You're just quirky. I flinch at loud noises. Fuck you mean quirky? Bruh. But yeah, no. I've been on the spectrum my entire life. I just sort of had a really ignorant diagnostic team. Anyways, thank you all for showing up to stream today. It's been a lovely one. It's been nice and quiet and calm and peaceful. So yeah, thank you all for coming along. I'll be in the Discord if anybody wants to, you know, swing by, say hi. You can find the link for the Discord in the description on both platforms. Other than that, I will be streaming tomorrow at 12 p.m. GMT and Sunday at 6 p.m. GMT. But that is all from me for now. I'm gonna go rest it, and hopefully my face will not be golf ball size tomorrow. But yeah, that's all from me for now. I'll see you guys in the future. But until then, bye bye!